Hello, hello. It's me. Oh, geez. It's me. I'm back. Back on the VTuber renderer grind. Nothing super interesting. It's mostly just like a big rewrite. No big deal. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where I left off with this, but I think what I was doing, I was rewriting the interpolation data stuff. So currently how this works is that this just uses one big global interpolation data file, which is kind of bad. So what I was thinking I was going to do was we'll just move everything into like its own smaller interpolation data thingies, more or less. So you'll have, well, we'll still have the two classes. So interpolation instead of interpolation data. These are just the rates that come from the config file. And then we'll have target values, which are the actual values we'll be interpolating between. Yeah. So let's do it like this. So instead of just calling interpolation or interpolate with the data type, I think what I'm going to do is we'll do it more object oriented. Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Sorry, I was late for the stream because I had to update my OBS. So how would I do this though? If I want to move it so it's more object oriented, because I always know which one I'm going to be calling, right? Because I'll always need to pass in the data type. So I will know what it's supposed to be. Let's see. So then maybe the interpolation should just hold the target values as well. Yeah, I think that interpolation should hold the target values. Yeah. Yeah, and then I'll move the interpolate function inside of here. That's beautiful. So interpolate with the damp modifier. Or I guess like that's not even needed either, right? Yeah, so here we'll have last value and target value will move into interpolation. Yeah, so your last value, target value, and then we should have like a damping, which is some sort of float, right? Yeah. target value. There we go. So this is really just for, I don't know, always just setting a default value. And then the damping, we'll just set as 1. So this is basically the interpolation rate. Well, no, that's not true. What do I use the interpolation rate for? Oh no, that's not the interpolation rate. This is the interpolation rate. The damping value is basically using the target value. So we don't snap a stop when we are done interpolating. God, how did I figure that out? How did I figure that out? When was I such a genius? All right, so global interpolation will not have one of these values. Bone interpolation will just have to use the same values here. Boom, boom. So, there we go. Oh, that's why I needed separate target values. That's why I needed separate values. That's tough. So I could make it so there are different interpolation values for both left and right eye. And then we'll just keep those values in sync instead. Because they're separated because I actually received 2 different values for your eyes. So this won't work. I think this is still the This is still the best solution, I think. Yeah, okay. So global interpolation, bone interpolation will need to be split into so we'll switch this to global. Global, this will be, this is like bone translation, bone rotation, and then we'll just keep these two things in sync. Gaze interpolation will need to be moved into left eye and then right eye. Blink interpolation will need to be left eye, right eye, or left blink, or this is left gaze, right gaze. This will be left blink, right blink. Then mouth interpolation. There we go. Okay, so now this should break a few things. So translation values. Let's see. Bone translation, target value. This is bone rotation. Left gaze, right gaze. Left blink. Right blink. Open. And mouth wide. Okay. Cool. So now we have last values, target values. We'll need to connect to a few signals. Oh, and then also re-implement interpolate here. God, I wish I had generics. Values. I don't need to keep track of the values here. Now we can just do the calculation directly. Yeah, okay, here we go. We'll just do it here. Ooh, okay. So this is last value. Target value times the built-in damping, and then the interpolation rate. Oh, interesting. Then last value is equal to result. Oh. Yeah, there we go. So it updates the value in place and then also just returns the last value as well. So it'll interpolate in place. Yeah, and we can do interpolate no update as well if we want to make it explicit. So interpolate. Which will do the same thing pretty much. Let's see. Value. Update the stored floating target and return the result. Then this one is just interpolate the value and return the result. Does not update the stored floating target. Nice. Okay, okay. So now we can get rid of target values. So now it's a bit simpler. Beautiful. All right. So in init, okay. So now I don't think we need the interpolation data type, which is nice. But we do need to have const, so we need to have, where is it? It's not config manager. Saved a file, looks pretty good. Looks like there's an error with the result class, which I'm now using. At manager logger, that's fine, AM. This changes, hopefully. Oh no, everything is now freaking out since it's not actually open. Or there's an error, so it's causing like errors to cascade down. What is it? It's like Save. What is it called? Model config. Yeah, model config. So we need to connect to these things being updated. Okay, I forgot I changed this to a pub sub format. So plugins, broadcast, base model could not be fully loaded. Have a cyclic dependency base model. You have an error because of logger. Logger has an error because of this. Okay, so am. Oh, sorry. Well, I think that's actually fine. So then this is fine, which means maybe. Any errors? No? No errors? No more errors? Alright, now we just have errors elsewhere. Possibly. Isn't it in presets? Tracking. Model. It's one of these. Is it here? Base elements. Oh, okay, so now base elements kind of screwy. Even though that's one of the things I actually have not updated yet. Bring me back. Oh, I remember that this is one of the super screwy parts. And we don't even have an SB anymore. Because now they're all just called by super truncated names because I got tired of just typing app manager all the time. Alright, that's close enough. It's still gonna break when I run it, but I'll just need to go back to it at some point. So the config manager, that's fine. Config manager is screwy because of undefined error. That's good. I'm gonna refill my tea. Should really get like a hot water heater or something. Hello, I'm back. Also forgot to mute myself. So based off of the pub sub data, and I've also changed a lot of the pub sub stuff to yeah, I've changed a lot of the pub sub stuff, so now it's based off of like just random config stuff. Not individual, or just like whether or not it's in the metadata or config, not based off of the actual data that's inside of it, which should make it, I guess, easier to maintain, hopefully. So let's see, what things that do we want to subscribe to changes for? These haven't really changed. The names have changed at the very least. So there's Interpolate Global, and I called that just global here, so that's fine. So let's see. Listen values. So now this needs to correspond one-to-one with the keys that we're going to be listening for. Listen values. For I in listen values. So for all of these, you want to do... Wait, hold on. This is wrong. You don't want to do this. Because we're not using the old pattern anymore, we don't want to connect directly to certain values. We'll want to do manager pub sub connect. We're connecting to what was it called? Model config data changed. Model config data changed. All right, there we go. I wish there was a way to filter. I guess on the pub sub side, but that's not really much of a connection. Or I guess it's not much of a... I don't know. I guess this is essentially how a pub sub works. Model config data changed. On model config data changed. So this is some sort of key to some sort of value. And then after that, we just need to match off of these values here. Oh, so it turns out I did not need to write all this. It would help. It would help. So it would basically just be like run through every single key. So it's not super. Yeah, wouldn't it be faster to actually make this like a dictionary and then just compare against the dictionary? That's fine. If key in listen values, or I guess if not, well, okay, we'll do if key in listen values, because I guess that's actually a bit faster. The fastest would be to just that would be I don't know. Doing this as in a match statement would be, in theory, faster, but also more of a pain to update and keep updated. Hey. Oh, and then because we're doing it like this, there's no like direct one-to-one mapping either. Yeah, I guess we need to do it like this. Interpolate global. Okay. So then global dot. It's actually a lot of Oh no. Oh, okay. Interpolate global. So global should interpolate equals value. And then we'll have to do the same thing here as we did here. Oh, and there's just so many more. Well, we don't need to handle... Well, actually, we do need to handle the rate here, but we'll do it later. If value, then we'll do global interpolation rate. Toggle off other options. They are already toggled off. How nice. So that was, oh no. Base rate change. So now this needs a change for all of these. Oh, good. So let's do it like this. So this will be a constant non-global interpolations. Boom, translation, rotation, left gaze. This feels so dirty. But there's not really another way around it, since these values do need to be updated every single time. Expected a constant, yeah, that makes sense. All right. So for I in non-global interpolations, we'll do I as interpolation, base rate changed, global interpolation rate. There we go. Else, let's say global. Oop. Global last interpolation rate is equal to global just regular interpolation rate. Global interpolation rate. Toggle. For I in non-global interpolations, I base rate changed. Okay, yeah. Interpolation. Global, set both rates, value, and then we'll just do, wait, is this wrong? Base rate change, no, base rate changes its, yeah, selectively, so that's okay. So for I in non-global interpolations, I set, ooh, base rate changed. Set both rates, okay. Let's see, interpolate, what was it called? Interpolate bones. Okay, so these have not changed. Interpolate bones. So bone rotation and bone translation. I guess I could wrap these in another function, maybe, or just another class. So it's like an interpolation util that makes it easy to. Let's not do it. Maybe reset rates. Global interpolation rate, and then this will be bone. Bone translation should interpolate. Translation. Maybe reset rate to the global interpolation rate. Bone interpolation rate. Bone interpolation rate. Yeah. Bone translation. Set both rates. Interpolate. Let's interpolate gaze. Interpolate gaze. Okay. Interpolate gaze. Interpolation rate. Interpolate blinks. Interpolation rate. Is that true? Is that? Yeah, that's what I had. Blinks interpolation rate. Interpolate. Mouth. Just doing this beforehand so I don't have to keep referring to the other file. Now I can just do this. Interpolate gaze. So left gaze and right gaze. Left gaze. Maybe reset rate. Should interpolate. Left gaze. Set both rates to value. Interpolate blinks. Left blink. Left blink. Left blink. Interpolation rates. Right blink. Set left blink. Set both rates to value. Interpolate mouth. So that's mouth open. Should interpolate. Mouth open. Maybe reset. I'm just trying to think of a better way of doing this because this feels horrible. Let's see, mouth open, set both rates, mouth, both rates. Oh, good, okay. And then we also need to have, oh geez, what was it called? Are these changes not in GitHub yet? Oh no. Am I stupid? I think I am stupid. Where's the interpolation stuff? Didn't I do that? Or was I doing this when I was less than totally present? Oh no. Let's see, steepness. No, there's, I guess we'll just add these to the possible values. Okay, so model config. Let's do that. What's the error here? We're always going to have a ton of errors. Get property list. It is. Right, this is base config, base config. No, base config. Do you have errors? It should be a reference. We'll hope it just goes away. Eyebrow steepness left. I guess we can have like interpolate eyebrows. So interpolate eyebrows. And as a reminder to myself, these individual values are actually just override values. They're not the actual things. So even though this says interpolate bones false, it's actually true. We're just using the global rate. Eyebrow interpolation rate. Yeah. So there we go. I think that's good enough for the model config. We'll add that here. So this will be interpolate eyebrows. Then eyebrow interpolation rate, something like that. Hold on. Interpolate eyebrows. Did I type that right? Okay. Losing doubt. Or losing faith in myself. Yeah, but here, this is where it gets kind of spicy. Yeah, this is where it gets super spicy actually, because this is starting to turn into a huge pain. Let's create another inner class. So this will be class interpolation helper. So var interpolations, I guess. So array p interpolations is equal to the interpolations parameter. Beautiful. And then we can just have yeah, I mean it's just a helper, right? So when we call a function on it, it will apply it to whatever interpolations we assign to that specific thing. Yeah. So let's do func base rate changed rate, just pass a float, and for I in interpolations, so that will be mapped back to these interpolation class structures essentially. It's not really a struct actually. It doesn't just store data, as opposed to the old target value class, which was acting as a struct. Base rate changed. Maybe reset rates. So these are rates, which means they're floats. Reset rate. Base rate changed, and then set both rates. And then anything else we don't need. Yeah. So we'll need to keep a list of these, a separate list of interpolation helpers, and then also a list of the non-global interpolations. Oh geez. Set both rates. This is a void function. It's also untyped because we're going to be taking advantage of duck typing for that. And then interpolations. This had function overloading. This is where I would use it if I had it. Alright, so set both rates. Okay. Let's. So this is bone helper. Okay, hold on. Bone helper. So this will be interpolation helper new bone translation bone rotation. Gaze, right gaze, hey, oh, interpolation helper, my bad. So this is blink helper, interpolation helper, new, left blink, right blink, then mouth helper, interpolation helper, mouth open, mouth wide. And then the reason why this is important now is that we now need to map these values back to this. All right, so eyebrow steepness left, up, down, left, quirk left. Okay, so this is eyebrow steepness. Left is some sort of interpolation. And yeah, these are just floats. So boom, boom. Eyebrow, down, left. Okay, so that's the eyebrow left, eyebrow right. Eyebrow. Up, down. All right, so this is why we need this. Vi eyebrow helper. There we go. The entire reason. Okay, beautiful. Then non-global interpolations can now be moved to use this stuff, so we don't. Yeah. I hope this isn't more confusing, because it is just more levels of indirection. I guess I'll need to comment this out for myself. Otherwise, I am 100% going to forget how this works. All right, so this is wrapper class for applying groups of rates and targets. Oh, actually, no, this is just for setting rates. For applying rates to groups of interpolation classes to a group. All right. And then this one is the actual interpolation, which doesn't really need an explanation. This one is nice because it allows me to apply a rate to everything that isn't the global one. Helper for I guess applying reset values when modifying the global rate. Okay. So then, this wrapper implements the same functions. It actually just calls the exact same function. So maybe reset rate, maybe reset rate. Cool, cool. And then this is okay. This needs to change to bone helper. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. One more thing. So it's like set interpolation. Or func set should interpolate for I in interpolations, I dot should interpolate. Yeah, I think there is a better syntax. Like you could just do I dot set string value whatever. And actually, like I had to look at the code, or I guess not a look at the code, kind of a look at the code of Godot and GDScript. So all this stuff is actually parsed into bytecode at runtime. So it's basically all, it's interpreted for sure, but like it's really only a one-time load, and then after that, then it's bytecode. So since this is a program that you really only load once and then you just keep everything in memory, it's not actually a huge problem for me to be a bit more verbose. So I should do set, but I'm just gonna do direct access like that. Set should interpolate value, and then bone helper, maybe reset rates, global interpolation rate, something like that. So now this is way cleaner. Look at that, it's beautiful. And then bone interpolation rate, this will just be bone helper set both rates. Gaze helper should interpolate value, maybe reset rate. Very nice. Gaze helper set both rates. All right. Almost there. Set should interpolate to value, blink helper, maybe reset rate, global interpolation rate. Then I need to do this for eyebrows as well. Then we'll be good. But even then, I won't be able to run anything because everything is still broken. Because I'm restructuring how this all works. Eyebrow helper. So interpolate eyebrows and then eyebrow interpolation rate. Eyebrow helper should interpolate value, eyebrow helper, maybe reset rate, global interpolation rate. Yeah. Eyebrow helper, set both rates. Yeah, there we go. That's okay. It's really only the global interpolation rate stuff that gets kind of weird. This one, so last updated. Yeah, there we go. I think that's okay. So this, the base rate for the base fallback rate Fallback rate for non-overridden. Overridden is a weird word, isn't it? Because you have to double the R and then also double the D. For non-overridden interpolation values? Interpolators. Yeah. Okay. And then these are all, well, this one's not self-explanatory. This is like the pub sub receiver, essentially. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't need any more explanation, right? Basically a pub sub receiver. Let's commit that so I don't lose it. I don't trust myself. Hit commit. Finish rewriting interpolation data. Go ahead and push that. It's going to break the build for sure. That's okay. A little bit of broken build never hurt. I mean, that's absolutely untrue, but you know. Model config cannot be broken. This is broken because of app manager. This is fine. This is fine. Oh baby. And then this is fine. Oh baby, he's doing it. Send me back to regular Godot. What other things do we need to change? So I've gone against my my better instincts. I used to go against, or be super against having just like an explicit model folder, but now I have seen the errors of my ways. Now I understand why. This has been needed. But this is always needed in like Java projects as well. AM. Hold on, this is wrong. So AM env. Please, please. env, so this is, okay, so do env, current env, was that what it was called? Current env is equal to, I still don't remember. env's test. Yeah, there you go. All right. So config manager, we actually need to change this. So metadata. I think I do need to change a few things of these. So metadata, that's fine. Is it model config? Is that where it is? Where it loads? Oh, okay, so good thing nothing auto loads. Or auto initializes, shall I say. Probably base config. What do you do? All right, that's good. Base test. We don't need this part anymore. This part is changed. So So this would be AM, CM. What is it called? Model config. Was it called model config? Yeah, model config. I guess we just won't run. Setup complete. I realized I didn't finish that last thought, and that's because I've completely forgotten what it was supposed to be. Alright, so let's start cleaning up a lot of these. So utils not needed, screens not needed. I think I'm just going to do a unit test like a normal person would unit test. So I will need to get rid of this. So now we just have base tests. And then let's start writing tests for, I guess, almost Java style, right? So script, test, all right, cool. Didn't I already write something like this before? Didn't I do this? I could have sworn I wrote tests for this explicit situation. Did I not? Who was it? Was it you? I think it was you. Oh, but I didn't test results. What did I write the test for that? Usually I have everything just in. Oh no. Okay, so I don't actually have any tests. Usually I have all my code, all the most up-to-date code is in OpenCFaceGD, but I guess not. Let's start writing the test. The easiest way to get involved with the project is write tests. So that was test result. Test result. We'll look at result. Test. Result. Okay. Not the most exciting stream content, but it is very necessary. It's all right. I think I've long given up on producing good stream content. Alright, so assert true. Result is okay. Assert false. Result 0 is error. Beautiful. And then assert equal result 0 unwrap equals okay. And then we can also, yeah, I guess we are just explicitly tagging this stuff, which is good. I think I do want to explicitly tag the feature here. Where tag in this context means like I'm locking down like the functionality. So if this changes in the future, this is going to be a huge pain. That's okay. Is there assert null? So this is result 0 unwrap error. Result 1 result okay. So we can pass in null, and then we'll do assert true. Result is okay. Assert equals result 1 unwrap. Okay. Result 2. Okay, and then we'll do just pass in 1. Assert true. Result 2 is okay. Assert equal result 2 unwrap 1. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Or this is test result pass, and then there's pass and test result fail. Error code. I guess let's do file not found. So assert false. So result 0 is okay because it's not okay. It's an error, as you can tell. Don't code a lot, so just watching the stream helps me understand anything about restructuring stuff. I'm glad this has been helpful for you because this has also been helpful for me. Well, I think some good context for why this might seem educational is that this is like the 3rd or 4th rewrite I've had to go through for this program. So it's tough. Like this used to look a lot different, but that as I've kind of worked on this without really thinking about the architecture too much, I've kind of slowly started to develop better habits. Which isn't to say I had bad habits before, I guess, in terms of like regular programming. Well, I think regular programming and then like knowing how to structure a program is 2 different things. It doesn't sound very intuitive though. Right, because what's the thing I'm looking for? I'm trying to think of a good way to explain this, but like knowing how to write a function or how to write like a, you know, just implement like a file. Like, oh, I want you to write like a pub sub, or I want you to write like an app, like a big singleton manager. That's easy. But knowing when you need to have a singleton manager, or when you know, where do you want your pub sub to be placed and what do you want your pub sub to even touch? I think that's harder. That's harder. It's not something that can really be taught either. So I think that's where the many rewrites have been helpful. Yeah, because I think at work I've only been in charge of structuring one program before. Or I guess architecting, shall we say. It sounds a lot cooler when I say I've only been allowed to architect one program before. And I think the set of requirements I was given was very simple, but the tools that they wanted me to use were just absolutely horrible. So the program came out super bloated. So I was like, we don't need to. We don't need to use an entire like software stack just to like pull some data and push it somewhere else. We don't need to deploy this using like Kubernetes, and we don't need to build this using Apache Camel. We can just, this is like an easy 200 line Python script, but you're the boss, I guess. Yeah, it hurts my brain to actually do it. Yeah, it's hard. It's like something. It's not something you can teach, unfortunately. It's one of those things where like wisdom actually comes in handy. Yeah, because you can't teach experience, unfortunately. So this has been nice. This is like, because I'm not allowed to architect things at work because I already have architects. So like I am allowed to give my input, but at the end of the day, I don't have a final say. So this is like giving me experience outside of work. Oh baby. But it's not connected to work at all. Because it's not some boring program like, oh, we're gonna push this to AWS Lambda. How exciting. That's something I actually don't quite understand, is like, why do people build boring stuff outside of work? Like, maybe this isn't super exciting, but I think it's pretty cool. I guess the test part isn't very cool at all, but we'll ignore that. Oh, I forgot. Okay, hold on. So if we just disable the auto load here. So all of this is okay. Oh no. Pub sub. All this is going to be rewritten. Oh no. Okay. Give me a replace. What is it called? Replace. Where's replace? Replace. Search. Replace. So replace that manager with just AM. Send me. Okay. So that should be good. Then we'll go back to Goot. Oh, hello, Bumdy. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Let's see. Run the test. Oh, 5 failed. And then we shouldn't be saving, but we're still saving. Which is good because we shouldn't be trying to save. Why are we saving? Save config instant. If env, current env is not env, env is test. Hey, the base test should be taking care of that. Let's take this out really quick and then we'll just have this just print something really quick. Yeah. Cannot find script matching base test. That's good. Script matching base test GD. Really? Test base test. Res. Is this not it? Ooh. And then this one should be correct because this is based off of add-ons. Goot. Hanging and working. Very nice. I am also hanging and possibly working. I was considering working on or joining the Bevy game jam that's going on. I think I still might do it because I have all of this week off. I have all of this week off. Let's rejoin it. The Bevy jam. Considering it, but I've never really made a full game. I still have not made Pong in it either, so it might be a bit presumptuous of me to join it, but I'm considering it. But for this stream at least, I didn't want to just fumble around in the dark. But let's see. Error cannot find base test. No, that's not true. It's hard to imagine unlike Godot. Yeah, it is pretty hard. It's a complete change in how you should be doing stuff, I suppose. That's a good way of explaining it, because it's completely ECS based. So like the hard part that I was struggling with until like an hour before the stream was how do you change scenes? Like in Godot, it's easy, right? Because it's object oriented. So you have an object that's in your main scene, and then you just change it. But in Bevy, you don't do that, and there's no easy way in Bevy, I think, to switch out the systems that are currently running or currently loaded. So then the question becomes like, how the heck do you change, from your menu screen to your game screen? And I guess the easy answer is that you just need to use like a state machine. So unlike Godot, where you can just say like, oh, I want to go from my main screen to my menu screen and then go back, Instead in Bevy, you need to define like, okay, so these systems only run in my menu screen state. And then once you click on this thing, it changes the state, which changes the entire state machine. And then you can push things onto the state machine stack, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're familiar with state machines, it should be pretty easy, I guess. Oh, geez. Exit on finish. Well, no, it should be exit on six. Should be both, I guess. Let's see. We have a ton of errors. That's good. We'll use the default. Run me again so I can actually read it. So it loads and unloads based on state? Kind of. So Bevy, how Bevy works is that let's see, what did I call it? I called it, I don't remember. Death by increments, yeah. Was it librs? Was it this one? So it doesn't really load, unload based on state. You just add all your plugins all at once. And then, so like in intro, you can see that you'll add a system set. So like when you enter this state, you'll have your systems that run on enter, then on update, which is like basically on tick for the given state. Then you'll do a thing. So it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. You have to rationalize things differently if you're used to It's hard to rationalize if you're not used to thinking in terms of state machines, which I'm not. So you remove a system, what happens there? I don't think there's a way to remove a system. I don't think there's a way to remove a system. That's the weird part. Bevy remove system. So like there's no, I don't think there's a way to do it. Like I've Googled it, but there's nothing, like even in like the unofficial cheat book, right? If you look through this, you can only insert resources, remove resources, and then you can insert entities and remove entities. But there's no remove system. So even if you go to like Bevy docs.rs, and we can look at, I don't know, is it command? Something like that. Yeah, there's, this might not be the correct one, but there we go, commands. So you can spawn or forget, etc., etc. But there is no remove system. There's remove resource, but that's it. So it's a completely different way of thinking about it. Then you can only do reinitialize ECS. Yeah, but like, that's not how Bevy works. You don't just reinitialize the entire thing. Let's see, result. Failed at line 46. Oh, this is an error code. Error new, yeah. Yeah, so in Bevy you don't reinitialize. I guess you could create a subworld inside of Bevy, but that seems a bit weird. I'm not sure how you would make that work. Yeah, because Bevy does have subworlds. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But there's no reinitializing the entire application as far as I know. All right, 2 out of 12 out of 14 passed. So line 48 cannot compare. Oh, this needs to be error code. Assert equal assert unwrap error. One of these. Hey. Assert equal test error. Error description. Should be connect failed. What I'm doing right now, by the way, is I'm doing like a almost complete full rewrite of this application here. Because I think I was trying to write the final changes, or start implementing the final big feature, which is automatic expression detection, and then also like automatic, or not automatic, but I guess voice phoneme recognition or baking. But it is the current architecture is making this tough, if you can believe that. Complete rewrite sounds scary. Yeah, well, now that I know what I want, or how I want this to work, we can start doing a bit more test-driven development. Oh, baby. Everyone loves a good test-driven development. Where test-driven development helps, like if you know exactly what you want, test-driven development is fantastic. It'll still take lots of time. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not changing any data or any logic. Well, I say that. I've already changed the logic for interpolation data, but in theory, it shouldn't be too hard, as long as I just keep testing things. So I guess if you're into testing, test error, pass. So this is error 0. So error new. This needs to take an error description, error code. We'll do connect failed. So assert equals error 0. So error code. Error code connect failed. That's easy. Yeah. But yeah, since I have all of this week off, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try to crunch this out. I'm just gonna try to crunch it out. We'll get this entire rewrite done by the end of this week. Or, failing that, maybe I'll just do Bevy Jam. But I think the Bevy Jam is very unlikely, but I'll keep it in the back of my head. Stream every day? Yeah, pretty much. Stream every day, my normal work hours. Plus the stream hours, so it's gonna be... if I was doing a real game jam, this would be super sick, but it's like, do I want to finally be able to put down this old project that I've been working on for more than a year, so I can finally move on to something more interesting? Well, this is very interesting in by itself. But I should say that. I should preface it, but every stream I don't work on it, I feel a little guilty. It's like people are looking at it, but I'm not doing anything. Ah. I really should try to like finish it at some point. It's cool since you'll be productive. Yeah, instead of playing Elden Ring. I've tried playing Elden Ring, and I forgot how bad I am at Souls games. Absolutely forgot. Russ Godot Bevy, more interesting. Yeah, it is more interesting. I think just Bevy is just more interesting. So I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. Maybe it's like I won't let myself work on the Bevy jam until I finish this elf. That might be nice. Might be nice. Don't know why I said it like that. Yeah. No, my biggest problem with, or it's not with Elden Ring, but with like myself when I play Elden Ring. Is that like I'm very used to like Twitch action games, not like Twitch.tv, but like just, you know, Twitchy action games. So whenever I see an attack coming at me, my first instinct is like to mash. My first instinct is to mash dodge, which kills me every single time. So with the club, it was tough. Oh, you played Vagrant? No. What's the class name for that? The Deprived? That's what it was called in Dark Souls 1. Yeah, but I can tell you 100% that mashing roll whenever you see an attack coming has gotten me killed a lot. It's a really hard thing to unlearn. Yeah. Okay, so errors, that looks pretty good. There's nothing else to really test. I guess test result, we'll need to test one more thing. So result has a fancy 2-string. Test okay, pass. This is test error. Pass. Found some katana and longsword later on. No spoilers. No spoilers. I'm only about 30 minutes in, maybe. I found some catacombs, ran past some fiery boys, got jumped by some weird dog things, some rock dogs. Died because I kept hitting roll every time they had lunged at me. Alright, so assert equal result. Well, assault 0 to string. Okay. I think it's just 1. That's probably it. This one will be assert equal result 0 to string. And actually, just using the regular built-in string function will also work. Error. Oh no, what does this give me? This gives me something in this format. Oh no. Alright, test error, then there's test result. Non-existent function error code and reference. Oh good. Unwrap error. Which I DC'd. Nice. I apologize. There's not too much I can do about DCing, but I hope you didn't get too lonely with me not around. Okay. 32. Okay, 0. Oh, that's okay, 0. There we go. Look at that. All right. I'm going to pour myself some more tea. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. All right, so these tests are good. I think we're just going to tag everything to these things. Let's see, where is ENV? I'm just writing a million tests for my own sanity. I think that's one of my few regrets is that I didn't write more tests a little earlier, back when I had the first, I guess, ideas of the rewrite, because I've rewritten most of this application like 3 or 4 times. So, and then once you rewrite something, you complete the rewrite, you start feeling pretty good, and then you just forget what the original design was. Test E and B pass. So now I'm trying to tag everything as best I can. We'll do things right for the final rewrite. env new. This needs to have a current env. So env's default. This one's really easy, which we're just asserting env0 dot current env is equal to env's default. And then we'll be able to also assert that we'll be able to change the current env whenever we want. Insert equal. I don't see the complexity of the app. Which complexity they have to rewrite 5 times. It's not the, I guess, super complexity of the app. I think if you abstract it out, it's actually fairly simple, is that you just have, you know, some way to load a model, some way to track the model, or some way to receive tracking data, and then some way to manipulate the model. And then I guess there's also the the UI bits, and then there's, you know, storing configuration for all of this stuff. So yeah, I think the original design, at least the UI bit, was rewritten 100% like 4 times. The configuration bit was rewritten twice. I guess the original tracking portion is still using the original code from all the way back then, but it's not great. Yeah. Yeah, the tracking bit has only been rewritten like half a time. It's mostly the configuration and UI and like how like data flows around. So I think there was a point in time where there was no like signal broadcaster, like with this. Like this class, this huge giant class didn't used to exist. And then we just pulled everything directly from the configuration. But I don't remember why I thought that was a good idea. But I made it. So probably because like touching configuration values directly, and then like just having the configuration also manage the messaging when things get updated was also pretty messy. I think that's why I did it. Yeah. So there's been a lot of things that had to change. Yeah, I think all applications inevitably, well, you know, once you boil them down to like the most basic parts, they sound very simple. But once you start getting down into like the implementation details, it starts getting really complicated, right? Like how do you handle error states? So in my case, I didn't, where I didn't consistently handle error states all in the same way, which is why I wanted to, you know, I have these Rust style data structures. So we have a results is very similar to how Rust does results. So you have result, then you can unwrap error. So pretty much for any slow, or I guess non-hot path data access thing, or anything that runs just once, should be using a result so that we can safely handle errors and then bubble them up. There we go. Let's see. Rewriting this for Godot 4 could take fairly long. Not really. I think once I have this rewrite, I'm just probably gonna slap it into Godot 4 and fix all the errors. It's not the biggest thing is like the change to ref counted, but that's an easy fix. Yeah, I've already actually somewhat started rewriting this for Godot 4, but I decided that this probably makes more sense. So we'll base the Godot 4 port off this new rewrite, and then, because I like the system I came up with. Okay, so new folder, this will be utils. So there's interpolation data. Where did I put interpolation data? Yeah. Where did I put interpolation data? Or what did I call it? Oh, it's in entities. Why is this in entities? Ooh. Who put this here? Also, Godot 4 will get testing framework in core, as far as I know. Will it? I've never heard about that. Is it going to be based off of like one of the GUTs or Godot unit test or whatever? All right, please don't break anything. Don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. Where'd you see that? I haven't heard anything about the testing stuff being in Godot core. Because I think it is fairly difficult to unit test or even just regularly test any game, I suppose. Test interpolation data, and then interpolation. Nope. Main contributors are doing it. I've read in a blog post, I don't know which one. Oh, okay, interesting. I have not seen that, but seems neat. All right, so let's test this part, and then we'll get cracking on. Well, we'll do PubSub later. I don't want to do PubSub right now. PubSub is going to be painful. We'll do interpolation, guys, since this one is very important. And I think the challenge of writing a good test harness is super underrated. Saying this as someone who's written a test harness before, which you can find on my GitHub under the name Goth. It needs to be updated. But there we go. And also wrote a few test harnesses for work. It's my test harnesses tend to be pretty simple. Or very over-engineered. So I don't know. Var interpolation data is equal to interpolation data new. Yeah. And then I think the annoying part about GUTs is that it runs it in like a separate scene with all your autoloads still available. I feel like that should be something that should be configurable. Like almost like, I don't know. Like using a separate scene tree, but maybe that's already how they make it work, is that they use a separate scene tree or main loop implementation. So I was working on a REPL for GDScript as well. But I think I've talked about this ad nauseum. Oh, I wasn't done with this actually. Hold on. So I need to grab these values first. Okay. So something that I would like to point out, which is a lot nicer in this implementation, is that here you can see that I need to directly connect to each value. So like the interpolate model, like yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. And then also directly connect to interpolation rate, grab all these connect functions and handle them. But now with the new system, it's very, very close to just how a PubSub works. So now there's only the one signal called model config data changed, and then we just handle based off the key value that comes through. So, is it better? Maybe. It's a lot less Godot-like, I suppose, but I was already doing things like in a weird way anyways. Let's see. But then I'll... We can still call on model config data changed here. Yeah, because I do need to pull these values. Oh, good. Then app am cm model config. Oh no. Okay. Well, actually, this isn't horrible. Yeah. We'll just have to go through for I in listen values. That's why I was maintaining a list. You idiot. Yeah, so we'll just run through this entire thing, because none of these are metadata values as well, so... Yeah, actually the config manager should... Oh, config manager does not have that built in just yet. Yeah. But like this, we don't need to have this big long thing. We just handle it all using this one callback function. This listen value is pretty much all of these that you can see here. Move to the top, so it's a constant, so it's easier to know where all the configuration is. And then we init all the data based off of that list. And then we use the same callback. It's beautiful. What a great system. Thank you, thank you. I'll accept my accolades later. Anything to do that get used to testing? Yeah, I think there's some things that you could possibly test, right? So if you want like deterministic, or if you want something to happen deterministically, it could be helpful to like test that. So if you want to like, you know, I don't know, spawn something based on some trigger, you could try testing that. Or it's based off like some data trigger. I think if it's like a physical trigger in an actual scene, it might be a bit tough. But anything that's, you know, just data is easy to test. Now this one, I'm a little concerned that this might not work. Please run. Okay, cool. So this just runs, which means that it's using the 0 values from the config manager. So we can test update values. So last updated, I don't know, it needs to be a float. Target translation. Last updated. Okay, well this is gonna be gross. Translation. Vector 3, 1. Something like that. Target translation. Oh, and then this is... I also need to change the update values to also accept values for eyebrows, because eyebrows actually have a ton of things to be handled. So steepness left, up, down, left, quirk left. Ugh. What a pain. So this is target left eye rotation. So these are all zeroed out to be vector 3, 0. So all we're checking to see is if they change or not. Left eye blink. Target right eye blink. Target. Wide. There we go, and then we'll just pass all this stuff in, and then we need to do this as well. So update this on the actual implementation side. This doesn't feel right, but maybe it is just better to do it as like one big chunk, right? So target. All right, I don't remember what these are called. OpenCGD, let's see. Okay, so there is the corner, no, eyebrow steepness left. Which is a float. And actually, these can all change as well to just being, well, no, we'll keep the same naming semantics. Eyebrow. Quirk left. Steepness right. Target up, down, right. Quirk. That's eyebrow. Eyebrow. Quirk right. Eyebrow. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So eyebrow steepness left. Eyebrow steepness left. Target value is equal to P target eyebrow steepness left. Oh my god. Eyebrow steepness right. Target value P target eyebrow steepness right. Okay, the hard part, actually matching these back to their correct values. Dyslexia, don't rear your ugly head now. Eyebrow up, down, left. Eyebrow, quirk left, and then quirk right. Target value, P target eyebrow, oh my god, up, down, left. All right. Oh, all right. He's done. He's done it. Which means, like Vim because of this type of coding. What is this type of coding? Oh, you mean like moving the cursor around without having to use your mouse? Yeah, that's what Vim is nice for. That's what Vim is nice for. After that, you can do a lot of things. Well, I don't know. I think I'm fairly fast at doing stuff like that. Mostly because of the layer system I have going on my keyboard. So I almost don't have to move my hands at all to do most of these commands anyways. Copy and paste stuff, very clever. That's actually something I haven't really figured out in Vim. Is like you can yank things and you can paste things, but like pressing DD yanks things implicitly. That gets me sometimes. Yeah, you don't know Vim, pretty sure? Well, Is anything anywhere than paste it? Because you would like to use it. Perhaps. All I know is that I have to use it for work. And I know how to administer systems with it. And I've written a piece of code for work that, I don't know, it was like about 1,000 lines of Python 2 directly on the server. That was fun. Using, not Vim, I was just using regular VI. So, do I know it? I know it well enough. I know Vim well enough to make money, or at least be paid to use it. Let's see. Did I do this in the right order? I think I did this in the wrong order. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, let's move these around. There we go. Even after 5 years of use? Yeah, pretty much. I only know enough. That's actually like the experience of, I think, most people I've talked to, as well as like they know VI enough. Unless you're like a dedicated, it's like something that you like almost have to like force yourself to use if you want to like it. Like a lot of things, right? You'll kind of eventually give yourself Stockholm syndrome and be like, wow, this tool used to really suck to use, but now I'm really into it. Many things that someone couldn't know. Vim is huge. Yeah, Vim is huge. Vim can do a lot of stuff. Kind of like Emacs, right? Emacs is also like ridiculous. Tons of plugins, tons of just random features. Like Emacs could just be your OS, etc., etc. I don't know how true that actually is, but I've seen the meme. I only know that I think it's use of assert equal interpolation data last updated so this will be target. This will be bone, translation, and rotation, but these are just the target values anyways. Please work? Yes, okay. And then I need to test model config data changed. So bone translation, this is now gaze, or this is like left gaze, right gaze. Let's give you an example. I don't know. It's like I learn things when I need to use them, and then as I use them, I start building up the, the feeling for how it should be working, if that makes any sense. So I don't know. I think telling me is all good and is nice. I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna forget. Open. When you visually select the word or symbol with shift plus arrow, you can take one button on Vim if you wanted to. Well, not necessarily, because Vim you still need to do right? Vim, you still need to do this is a test of writing a sentence, right? So if I was still in edit mode, I would need to escape to go back to command mode. And then if you want to visually select, what's the one button, right? If I wanted to visually select sentence, I would do VB, right? Or I could do, oh, I guess it's roughly the same in Windows, where you need to just do Control-Shift-Left. Yeah, you can make bindings to exit insert mode first. That sounds like a pain. That sounds like a pain. Like, I don't know. Like, in terms of text editing in Vim, I'm not horrible. As long as I don't need to copy and paste. Or do anything more complicated than find replace. Find replace, inserts, line up, yeah. Above line, insert below line. Then there's append, insert in place, select, and then replace. Yank inner word? That's too much. You need to know your limits. That's too much for me. So eyebrow steepness isn't the most efficient way of doing this. Let me be real. That's okay. I 100% want to tag this functionality right here. Yeah. And I guess the final word in my defense of me not knowing Vim is because most of the systems I'm working on only have VI. So, like, have I named pretty much all of the functionality of VI? Like, VI doesn't really have... Like, I think VI still has DD. I think VI doesn't have very fancy search, if I remember correctly. VI isn't different. It is different, actually. VI is not necessarily Vim. Vim just stands for VI improved. They are different. I know this because I've had to use it. Test, update, config, pass. Should be the same. They're not. So VI, like, you can even Google this yourself, right? So like VI versus Vim. Yeah. So what are the differences between VI and Vim according to Ask Ubuntu? Vim is almost a proper superset of VI. Let's see. What does it have? I forget what the the things that Vim has over VI, or I guess what VI doesn't have, shall we say. Yeah, so when you're working on older systems, you generally only have VI. So like no plugins, none of the other stuff. You don't know my pain of having to use VI. Oh. It was either that or Nano. So I dislike using Nano. Mostly because I don't know how to use it. Emacs didn't have it. No Emacs on any of the systems I've been using, but I also don't really know how to use Emacs. Like, using Emacs keybinds actually kind of hurts my hands as well. Interpolation data. I guess we'll just call this directly. It's kind of jank. but it should interpolate. Set to false. No visual highlighting. Undo, redo, bummer. No multiple windows. Don't worry. Usually when you're SSHing into a server, you're not allowed to have multiple windows anyways. Like, you can try, but it's not really set up to be like a heavy multi-user system. All right, I'm gonna wash out my mug VRE. Again, I forgot to turn off my mute my mic. Vim itself can do it, not the terminal feature. I don't know. Like, I've gone through the Vim tutor thing multiple times. I don't know. If I don't need to use it all the time, I'm not gonna remember. Like, even something in here's something that I don't quite remember. It's like, how do you just run random terminal things? It's like, in command mode you can type whatever you want, but I don't remember what you're supposed to do. So we're in command mode, there's WQ, and then there's Q excited to force quit. And that's pretty much all I do in command mode, besides, or I guess not command mode, it's the, whenever you press colon and then something else. Exclamation mark command. Can you do that here? So exclamation mark ls will give me, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize you could do that. Neat. The more you know. That's actually super useful. And something I probably should have looked up beforehand, besides, because usually what I did was you would hit it with like a vim and be like, all right, I'm making some changes. All right, then ls, then go back into the go back into the file. You can grab things from there and use it. Ooh. Model config changed. So let's set the bone interpolation rate to, I don't know, just a 1. Why not? So bone interpolation rate, set both rates. What does this do? Set both rates. Wait a minute. Isn't this is wrong, isn't it? Fuzzy finder and RG things. What's RG? This actually doesn't look right. I think this is wrong. I think, yeah, this hasn't been working correctly. Oh, this is a bug. Rip grep? What is a rip grep? Oh, it's burnt sushi. Who is this burnt sushi person, and why do I see their repos everywhere? Like, burnt sushi has a few like really big Golang packages, don't they? Yeah. So that's amazing. Maybe I should use this. Maybe I should use this. But no. I don't. I will not. I work with servers too often to be able to use something like that in good conscience. Because I know that I'll get used to it. I'll get used to it and then I can't go back. You know, it's like once you get used to using like the wonderful, nice tools, it's like going from Vim to just using VI. It's hard. You can't go back. You're forever ruined by the nice developer experience. No, it works fine too. Yeah, it's just kind of slow. That's fine. So set both rates. Then this base rate changed. So base rate changed. And then maybe reset rate. So if we should interpolate, then we set our interpolation rate to our last interpolation rates. If we're not interpolating anymore, then our last interpolation rate is then set to our current interpolation rate, and then we use the base rate instead. Let's run Rust. So yeah. Well, my point is that like I don't usually do work on my current computer. At least at work, I'm usually working on a server, so it's tough, right? Because I don't want to spoil myself. You know, it's also the reason why like you don't really see me like I have Sea Lion, right, like installed, but I don't know. That's actually not a good example. What's a good example? I used to have JetBrains idea, but for work I only have the option of using VS Code or Eclipse, so that's why I use Eclipse for all my Java work. Although Java work that I don't do on my personal time. All right, I'm just gonna call this ID. Boom, boom. I wish there was an IDE, like with the same power as one of the JetBrains thingies. But like for Godot. But I guess GDScript is too reliant on the editor, really. What am I talking about? Bone translation. I don't like JetBrains much. They're slow and bloated. Are they? I guess they're kind of bloated, and it's not that much slower. But their code refactoring tools and like even their regular code completion is way better than anything else I've ever used. And like their integrations with just other stuff is nice as well. Bone translation. Interpolation rate, should it still be equal to, let's see. Interpolate rate. Okay, let's do this top-notch IDE tools. Yeah, so if you need an IDE, you can't do, it's hard to do better than JetBrains. I think if you're doing Java, depending on what kind of Java stuff you're doing, it might not be bad to use Eclipse. Since Eclipse has like it's for a very specific subset of Java stuff, I suppose. AKA whatever Red Hat feels like working on at the time. So shouldn't bone translation. That's fine. Then assert equal ID global should interpolate true. I guess this could be assert equals assert true, but whatever. Assert equal ID global interpolation rate should be equal to 0.1. So here what we're trying to assert is that when we set the global interpolation rate and we're not overriding the bone interpolation rate, the bone interpolation rate will still use the global value. Yeah. So, you know, finally, for once, a good test. And then here, boom, boom. Let's see if that works. Please work. Yeah, first try, let's go. And then let's verify that this is actually doing a thing by intentionally failing. Okay, cool. Look at that. It works. So bone translation is overridden by global rates. Let's actually add this comment here. So only the last interpolation rate change. How can it fail though? There isn't really like a fail state, really. But I'd like to use the terminology pass and fail for all my tests, just so I know, like, you know, from a glance, what am I looking for? So it's just the naming nomenclature. So, so Goot requires that all tests be prefixed with test, and then I'm requiring, at least for my own code standards, you know, when I'm looking at a test, I want to know at a glance, is this a, you know, happy path or unhappy path test? I didn't mean that. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Knock. Hello, hello. Thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription. Much appreciated. How are you? How's it going, mate? I've resolved myself to one last rewrite, and now we're actually like doing test-driven development. Because now I know exactly how the application should be looking like, etc., etc., and there's a lot more stuff to it now. And then after that, because I have this entire week off, I'm gonna crunch on this, give it a full rewrite, TDD, and then we'll do the Bevy Jam. Hooray! Because I've started making Pong at the very least, so once I get Pong working, you know, the world's my oyster. You know? So I have an idea for the Bevy Jam, by the way. So the theme is unfair advantage. So I have a few simple ideas. If I can just get something working in it, though, that'd be cool. But only after I finish this rewrite. Yeah, because now I know exactly what everything should be doing. There's not too many new features, but it is getting very painful to add new stuff in without the tests. Like how? In base code, can it fail somehow? Like, how is testing justified? Well, the testing is justified so that I know that this works, basically. Like, I'm just trying to verify that this logic here, because this logic, as you can see, there's some code that, you know, base rate changed whenever you change the base rate, aka the global rate. Maybe I should change the nomenclature one more time. So this should be global rate changed. Because that's actually closer to what it should be called. Yeah, so I'm just trying to verify that things work, because I actually don't know if they work. Set some stuff, that should be okay. Let's test it one more time. Oh baby. Yeah, so I just want to see if the logic works out. And then we'll switch it back. So ID on model config data change. This is actually one of the things I like about Godot's privacy settings, aka the lack of privacy or visibility modifiers, right? Like We used to do the same thing with our Java stuff, so we never actually had any private variables. We just had things package scoped so that we could access private getters and setters or whatever. Because, Webby Jam sounds fun. Maybe I should join it given how short it is. Well, it's short, but also not that short because it's not just like 2 or 3 days. It's actually kind of an entire week. So until Friday, yeah, Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, so it's enough time. Like this is what to get super distracted. We have, look at this. Hopefully this doesn't crash. Oh, C-Line, yeah, I got a license. I got a license from JetBrains because of my open source projects. Or I guess just the 2. Yeah, so this is what I have so far. Oh baby, we can click and that's pretty much it. And then these are all colliders. They don't quite move just yet, but it was kind of a struggle trying to figure out how to change scenes. So now that I figured out how to change scenes, it's all over. But we'll do that later. It's on the 5th, no chance for me then. You still got time. Just throw something together. I think it's a good theme. I like it. Lots of room for interesting ideas. I'm in the middle of a pretty crunchy sprint. Oof. Gotta love crunch. Yeah, I can't work after work, too tired. I feel you. Well, I guess I used to feel you. No longer. I haven't worked in, well, theoretically I haven't worked in a few months. Because I found out like the beginning of this week, because for the new project stuff, we're working with like a third party, we're subcontracting to another company for the current project stuff. So I've been still employed, but the project has been on hold for like a month. And I found out that the person handling the subcontractor onboarding was planning on quitting and was just kind of like waiting until they got fired. So they just weren't doing anything for a month, which is why like we got stuck for a month. I thought, wow, that's crazy. Thank you, like mystery employee who got terminated. You gave me nothing to do for a month except like study for exams and stuff, whatever. Very sick. And there's one more thing I can do, which is call the helpers. Or actually, no. I've already demonstrated that the helpers work because of the bone interpolation rate thing, which should set this. Actually, hold on. Is this correct? I don't know. Hold on. Let me one last thing. This doesn't seem right, but maybe it is totally correct. So this is interpolate bones. True. So this should set the override. I guess this now gets kind of screwy because switching it on and off actually flips the values. Test EN. Oh, this is test ENV. That's why it's totally wrong. Test interpolation data. Okay, so 125. This should still be. Ooh, okay. Who? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Interpolate bones. Unfortunately, I had to take off. Good luck with the jam. I'll try and catch you. Not much on Twitch lately. See you later. See ya, knock. I understand. You know, life comes at you fast. You know, but thanks for hanging around. You know, still around on Twitch after all this time. Take all the time you need, etc., etc. You know, take care of yourself first. Work can be rough. Yeah, good luck on your sprint, by the way. I might have said that before. Crunch is rough, but I don't know if you're still here. But take it easy. So what is this? Interpolate bones, maybe reset rate. So we set should interpolate, which makes sense because the bone helper actually wraps two things: the bone translation and the bone rotation, which are their own kind of own objects. Then maybe reset rate. So if it's should interpolate. Wait, no, this is interpolate. Yeah, interpolate bones calls this. This is what TDD is nice for. Is when your logic starts getting kind of weird. It lets you verify that at least the flow will be correct. So if should interpolate. Oh, it doesn't. Oh. Is that correct? Maybe I should be flipping them, or maybe I shouldn't. Should I flip the values, or should I just set the interpolation rate to your last interpolation rate? Yeah, so this will be correct, but I'm not sure if that's actually correct. Should I flip them or no? So maybe reset rate is based off your global rate. I guess the base rate. Global rate, just so I don't get confused. I guess it's okay. Oh, and thank you, by the way, anonymous viewer, for the follow. Sorry, I've not been paying attention to my stream monitor. I have another YouTube video up just to keep myself entertained, because this is how I normally program. It's just with a YouTube video on in the background. So it's kind of weird. Streamer is not totally paying attention to both streaming and programming. The streamer is also just listening to like a YouTube video essay. Which is also why sometimes I'll just kind of forget what I'm talking about, because I'll start like listening to the video essay instead and then just kind of like fall off. All right, so that's good. Let's tag this. Git status, git add all. I think that's okay. Git push. Oh, git commit. So what do? We add tests for add tests. That's pretty much it. Feels good. And you know what's also really nice about writing unit tests is that it's so easy. It's an easy win. It's not a new feature, but we're just making sure the feature works. We're just making sure that the feature works. Oh, I should also be doing this. So assert equal ID last updated should be 0, and then we'll just check one value here just to make sure. So this is bone translation target value should be 0. We can verify that. Oh no, it's not true. Oh, right. I knew that. Factor 3. Yeah, there we go. All right. Fix up, git rebase. We'll just pretend like that last commit also included this change. All right, right, because we rebased. Push it. Yeah, there we go. So no more test DMV, no more test interpolation data, no more test error. We should have a test for config manager, but I think I'm just gonna go ahead and start writing other stuff. So open CGD. Yeah, that's another thing I need to rewrite. Okay. So let's think about this. Let's not do that. Let's do VRM model instead because that's easier. So new script, we'll call VRM model. It's not supposed to be a Goot test, it's just supposed to be structured. Script file already exists. Oh, did I already write this? I did. Is it finished? VRM model. Oh, it's not? Okay, let's do it then. So comment this out. We're keeping all the old files around just in case I need to go back at some point. It's confused. There we go. So let's start doing this in a sensible way. This one I remember was especially bad. Yeah. So VRM meta, some sort of dictionary. All right. What parts of these do we actually need? So there's left I, ID, some sort of integer. This needs to be set and ready. So did I get pinged, or was that my YouTube video doing a sneaky ping? That was the YouTube video doing a sneaky ping. Okay. God, it's the same thing where like if you're driving and like on the radio, one of the advertisements does like a honk honk. It's like, you're not supposed to do that. Also, yes, I am that old. I still listen to the radio. I don't know if that's weird or not, but that's really the only way I learn about new music, or I guess recent music. Like I used to be like, when I used to work in a kitchen, right? They always had the radio on. All right, listen to all the latest Billboard top 10 hits. They just play on repeat all day. But now that I'm just kind of a shut-in, I'm basically a NEET, except I actually get paid. Like I don't really get exposed to new music anymore. Mostly because most of the new music I've heard recently kind of sucks. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think recently it's okay. Because it's not super electronic anymore. It's now gone sort of back to being real instruments again, which I'm more into. Kind of weird how music is like cyclical like that, right? They go from like electronic to back to not being electronic, etc. So let's see. I think I need the eye clamps. Eye clamps. Although I was never really a huge fan of this. But I don't really have a better way of doing this, right? But yeah, I think before I got distracted by myself, I just like null values. So these are all technically null values. However, something that I like try to follow, at least in, yeah, pretty much everything, all code I write, that allows for null values. So Rust doesn't really allow for null values, but Java does, C# does, etc., etc. So if these aren't pre-initialized, then they must be initialized in your constructor somewhere. And then if you initialize something in the constructor, then it almost implies that it's pulling data from somewhere else. Use rotation. Huh. Why is this? Don't I set this from... do I not set this? Oop. That's eco mode. So this is set... Yeah, okay, so I don't actually need to initialize a value for it. But I could. That's fine. Alright, so why does expression data need to hold morphs? Now that's a good question that I don't remember why expression data is made up of other things. Let's just get rid of it since we're rewriting stuff. So morph data. Oh, I remember why we have expression data. It's so that I can remember how these things... I can remember what the heck like a random array is supposed to represent. Morphs, some sort of array, something like that. Some mesh, some sort of mesh instance. And also, by the way, talking about mesh instances, this is not related to mesh instances too much. But in order to do prop tracking, so that's something I used to have, but it was based off the bone position. Now, I think I want to do prop tracking. I can use Godot's built-in prop or mesh data tool. Or is it mesh tool or mesh data tool? What is it called? Mesh data tool, yeah. And then I'll do like a raycast from the camera. So it'll raycast against like the model. And then we'll just basically like for loop through every single vertice to find the vertice that you just clicked on. And then you can start tagging positions or tagging props to that part. Something like that. Let's see. Is there any reason why I don't want to do this? Or is there any reason why I want to do it like this specifically? So there's like angry hair. I think I could just use a dictionary and get like the same. Yeah, I think if I just use a dictionary, I'll get the same stuff, the same functionality. So this is like var expressions, something like that, and then we'll just store all the expressions or all the morph data inside here. Maybe? Let me think. So expression, so we'll still have expression data, but then we can have expressions, var expression data, no. And then we'll have func add morph. Yeah, okay. Morph name. and it'll take a morph data, and then we'll just slap that into there, right? So morph data, which is a morph data. Wow. Yeah, so then we can do if expressions has, or I guess if expressions not has morph name, expressions morph name will equal an empty array. Then here we'll do expressions morph name appends morph data. Beautiful. And then we'll just need to have an easy getter or setter, I suppose. Basically, what's happened to my like programming style over the years, or maybe over the singular year, is that I've seen the light and we've gone back to like almost Java style setters and getters. Get expression. So this is morph name. So like the expressions is almost like the VRM term, but I think the actual 3D modeling term is morph, which is why I've been mixing the two. Morph data. If not, morph name. Or no, we can just do return expressions dot get morph name. Get expression. Yeah. Or null if it's omitted. Yeah. Okay. Cool, cool. Then there's your expression data. Okay. Last expression. I feel like that's not actually a stopgap. That's actually what we should be using. Maybe. Oh no. So like, for example, here, you're able to set your expression, right? Based off of a few, I don't know. Hold on. As an example, you're able to do this. So you can set, you know, we're angry. What the heck is this? Something like that. But then we're able to do this because we store the last expression. So whenever we switch to a new expression, we don't just keep the old one. Something like that. That's what that's supposed to do. Let's just keep myself an angry face for now. What's extra? I hate this. And because you can still see the eyes blinking as well. That's hyper cursed. What is that? What is that mouth? Fun. That's horrible. I hate that. I don't like that. This is neat. Smirky face. I don't know. I don't like this one though. Something about it kind of bothers me. I think it's because the mouth is too big. Yeah, I feel like the mouth is too big on this model, which is why it looks really weird. It's hard for me to see what I look like though. Oh, and also the hair gets stuck a lot. Weird. Anyway, let's turn it off, or we can just keep it on EX or extra. I feel like these are too close together for that to make sense. Oh. So last expression should actually be a morph data. Yeah, let's call this morphs because I'm going to get super confused. 100%. Morphs, morphs, morphs. We'll call this last morph. Morph. It's too big, the eye lines. Yeah. I guess it's not a bad model by any estimation, right? But I think some of the facial features are kind of a bit sus, as they could say. Expressions. Okay, so the last morph used for toggling on off expressions. Let's see. Can you modify the texture modulation at runtime? Maybe add that. What do you mean the? Oh yeah, the texture modulation. Yeah. I can. Yeah, that's something that I could do. Yeah, we'll do that afterwards. Like it's not hard. I just need to add like a field, and then some way to actually access the model after that. Like hair color. Oh, that would actually be pretty sick. Do you know if VC Face has that? At this point, I'm just like adding things that VC Face does not have. Even though technically I had prop tracking before VC Face. Shirt color. I don't know if I can do. I don't know if I can do shirt color. So I think as long as I have like the mesh, like looking at this model, right? Oh, it's lewd. You can see that this model doesn't actually have a separate texture for the body, or no, for the clothes. Right, so I'm not sure how I would modulate it, but for like the hair, I can just grab the hair mesh, as long as the hair mesh is a different mesh altogether. I can grab that mesh, grab the texture, and then modulate it. That's not hard to do. Now, shader replace color type of workflow can work. Yeah. Well, I think modulate should do most of the work. Yeah, okay, so I see what you're saying. It's like apply a separate shader that only applies to certain types of colors on the texture instead of using just base modulate. Yeah, I guess that could work. I don't know, that sounds complicated. I'll have to think about it. You know what? I think what I was thinking about during this rewrite, I would make lip sync an optional module. Yeah. Because I was looking into how GDScript loads and then like executes at runtime. And actually, what I found is that even if you don't like pre-bundle your GDScript with your exported project and export, right? If you load it at runtime, the only detriment is like the load time, right? So the load time required to parse the script. So as long as you're not like loading in like an entirely different new project with a lot of scripts to parse, like the execution speed is actually roughly the same in terms of the code. It still needs the time to like parse the script and all that and transform it into bytecode, right? So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is for like pretty much all models, we'll just have like a plugin API. And so we'll move all of this like lip sync stuff out to like, you know, just things that you have to download basically. Like, do you want the lip sync module? Do you want like this stuff? Do you want that stuff? You know? So I'm not going to include lip sync in the rewrite here. What is all expressions? expressions. What is this used for? So this is map I expressions. So we'll download from CDN. No, what I'm thinking it'll just do is I'll just provide downloads. So do you want like this feature, then you can download the feature. Otherwise, I'll just give you like a very bare bones, like it has a GUI, it has like mouth tracking like this, and that's all, right? I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. Yeah, because I don't have a CDN and I don't want to pay for for that kind of bandwidth. Even though GDScript bandwidth, or the bandwidth required to send you a zip file containing some GDScript is very, very low, since GDScript is just a text file, right? Pretty much everything would need to be either a .scn file, so a packed scene, an actual packed scene, or GDScript. Yeah, this is not easy to use. Well, I'm not gonna pay for the hosting fees. I'm sorry. I don't make nearly enough to host a server for this. That's custom update true. You can make a bundle. Yeah, I think that's the plan. So you'll have, I guess, like the super bundle. Yeah, so there's like the super bundle that has everything that well, that's not true. Right, because if you remember, I was also working on a live 2D thing. So live 2D, I must 100% distribute separately because the license is super incompatible. So that's kind of what brought this upon, is I need some way to load in code, I guess, just completely separate. Which is why I wrote all the other things, right? So like the GD script, the GD native, hot loader, the reason why I'm starting to rewrite this to allow for me to just hot load in a bunch of, or not hot load, live load in a bunch of stuff. Yeah. No, I think the pattern that I'm going with is going to be the OBS pattern, which is, simply put, you go to OBS. You just go to OBS, it's very easy. You go into plugins, and then you drop in your plugin, just like that. Easy. Maybe make another app for selecting activating features, then write to config? Maybe. Well, I mean, I'm just doing the OBS thing. So if you have a plugin, just put it into the plugins folder. App binary contains all, nah. I think that defeats the purpose of making things like hot loadable, ease of use. Well, I think I'll just have like, here's like the biggest binary that I can give you. And then here's like the most minimal version that I can give you, which is just going to be the GUI, etc., which is what I'm trying to write towards right now. So lip sync will come back later. Trademark, etc., etc. Yeah, but for sure, I think I'm going to include all the standard stuff in the regular download, and then also a minimal download. So of course, if you want all this stuff, you'll download the all the stuff thing, right? I mean, even if you don't want lip sync, well, it doesn't make any sense to bundle along the lip sync thing if you don't want lip sync. Well, yeah, well, if you don't want lip sync, you just don't need to use lip sync, right? I think that's kind of it, right? If you don't want lip sync, then you just don't have to use it. Just turn it off. But if you don't want lip sync whatsoever and you want like a smaller binary, then you don't need to then you can get the stripped version, you know, the base version. And then I'm also planning on making even the GUI just be available as a plugin. So the GUI will also be hot loaded as a plugin, basically. So like if you want to provide your own GUI, you totally can. Why? I don't know, but I thought the idea was cool. Blink threshold. Use raw eye rotation. Haha. So these don't work anymore. Yeah. I think the biggest problem with my current plan is that it makes packaging like auto, because I know that there's someone who set up like an auto packaging thingy for the AUR, Arch User Repository. So this is actually available in R already. Is that how it's pronounced? R? Our? Yeah, so I guess like the current plan would make it complicated to say the least, but we'll figure it out. Config values, we'll do set I equal to am cm model config get, what is it called? What is it called? Config manager. No, it's in base config. I wrote a thing. Get data, yeah. Get data, yeah. Another thing that you capture like Unreal MetaHuman or something? Those models are crazy. Well, as long as they have like bones and whatever, right? Oh no. As long as there are bones available, it should be trackable. I don't know, like how many? Where can I get a MetaHuman? Unreal. MetaHuman creator? What is this? Ooh. Ooh. I don't know, maybe. I mean, as long as they have a head. Well, I don't know. Like, is there an API spec? This looks cool, for sure. I'm not looking at the YouTube video on stream. I'm sorry. I cannot do this. It makes me nervous because I don't want to get content ID matched because I just upload these straight to YouTube. Don't content ID match me. I'll watch it on my other computer so it's off stream. You're too strict for no reason. Well, you only get. Well, I guess in copyright strikes you get 3 copyright strikes, but content ID match just means that you'll lose revenue. But I don't make any revenue anyways, but I just don't want to have to deal with that. I think a lot of streamers are actually not. I don't know. Lots of streamers are like, yeah, let's just use other people's content and use it for my own content, and then they're surprised when companies start to go after them. I might as well just be. Might as well be careful. You know. That's the reason why I'm so good at my job. I don't take unnecessary risks unless someone else tells me to and they're paying me to do it. Okay. So is this maybe I'll need to look through this. If it's free and there's like an API, then yeah, for sure. That looks sick. We'll just kind of slap this in here. Ignore most of these. Most of these are pretty degenerate. Imagine that with your app. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'm not sure how fast it will be though in Godot, but I haven't tested it yet. Maybe it'll be okay. Like I do know that at least on my old computer, which was a pretty old Razer laptop. It's not pretty old actually. It was of average oldness. It had a 2060 in it though. It struggled to render models that had more than. It struggled to render models that had more than like 30,000 polygons. So don't know. If those digital humans, meta-human, whatever models have more than 30,000 polys, it might be kind of tough. You can record animation saver for later use in the game. Yeah, that would be cool. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Can I use that idea? Actually, that's a cool idea just by itself. Yeah, I guess I've never really thought about it. Is what if you could, I guess if you wanted to like facial mocap something for your Godot game, you could try to use this. Oh, that's cool. OSFGD facial mocap games ? Yeah, that's a cool idea. Yeah. I mean, it's very possible. Yeah, as long as there's like a mapping between what's being mocapped and not. Real-time movies, perhaps. I think yeah, that's an interesting idea. I guess I've never considered like this could actually be used for game development. What's a real-time movie though? I don't know what that is. AM pub sub connect model config data changed self on model config data changed. Well, big engines like you need, oh, you're talking about like the real-time rendering stuff, so they use that for like the backgrounds, right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, okay. Well, that's actually funny you mentioned that. That's actually what this is supposed to be for. Spout. That's what Spout's used for. So if you want to do like real-time rendering, you would use something like Spout. Use Godot as one of the like inputs and outputs for Spout, so that you could, you know, live manipulate like a cube in your Godot app. So then you can forward that the graphic using OpenGL over to like another program like Adobe After Effects or whatever. Like that's what Spout's supposed to be for. So funny you mention it. I've already written something like that. Not for this program, but yeah. For real-time rendering, which is what you're describing, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly what that plugin I integrated into Godot is for. Although I think in like The Mandalorian or other things, I think they're just using pre-rendered things made in Unity or Unreal. Not quite. They use the engine. Oh yeah, it is using the engine itself, right? Yeah, I guess it's whether or not you want like real time or I guess like rendering that's kind of real time but not really. I mean, real time or not, yeah. I guess the big productions don't actually use real time, but they still use the engine to do like physics simulations or like rendering or stuff, and then I guess they screen capture it and then just kind of paste it into whatever movie scene they happen to be filming at the time. Yeah, it's not the point. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a cool idea. I think The the thing I hadn't considered was using this for like facial mocap for games. Now that's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. I completely forgot that you could just use this for like regular mocap. I think the only way to mocap properly, yeah, is to use like a real mocap setup. Using iPhone, yeah, probably that too, yeah. For metahumans, yeah. Like for sure, like this thing doesn't have enough detail, or at least OpenSea Face doesn't have enough detail in order to capture all of the small intricacies. Like this really only has eyebrow data, eyelid, mouth, and then, you know, facial orientation. How many times? Well, I think someone, at least for the successor project, which is also why I'm trying to hurry up on this, is because they're starting to get impatient. Yeah, they actually have... They have IFM, which is Eye Facial Mocap. So you can see that they've already actually implemented this. So I'm trying to go faster so they don't leave, but they have code for Eye Facial Mocap. I'm just trying to get OpenSea Face GD done so I can go over to VSS and implement Eye Facial Mocap for that, because as you can tell, OpenSea Face GD, it's a bit limiting as a name. So yeah. Oh, hello, Rogue Run. Hello. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Guess what I'm working on? I'm working on this. Not this model, but like the program that's rendering the model. It's part of the big rewrite that I'm trying to undergo. Yeah, how are you? What were you playing? Etc, etc. Sudo apt install raid. Unfortunately, I don't have sudo or apt on the system because this is Windows. Oh, but thank you very much, Anonymous Viewer, for the follow. AI the Somnium Files. Yeah, I was there for a little bit. I watched you play that a little bit. Is it good? I have that on my wish list on my Switch. But I have a lot of things on my to play list. Number one is Elden Ring. One of the few games to be highly hyped and also like get good review scores. Oh, the first ending, all right, nice. Oh, good evening, Oberon Tree Traveler. Oberon. Oh, thank you very much for the follow as well. How are you? Bold of you to assume it's evening, unless you've been reading my system time, in which case, don't look. You know, it's okay. I've been pretty open about the fact that I stream in Eastern time. Been enjoying it? I'll say that if you have a PS4, get that version instead. I do have a PS4. I bought a PS4 pretty much explicitly to play Death Stranding, and then like played Death Stranding for like an hour. And then instead just played Weeb games on it instead. The Switch version was kind of poop graphics. Well, isn't that just the Nintendo Switch in general? Heyo, got him. Animation. How did I figure this out the first time? I'm looking at this. I'm just, how did I figure this out? What kind of super genius did this? Oh wait, it's me. No anti-aliasing, zooms are blurry, occasional slowdowns. Sounds like this program, am I right? Oh, that's not funny. Oh, actually, this looks way better. Look at that. Ober, like it's cold on. Oberon. Oh, I'm feeling good. How about you? I am doing quite all right. Quite all right. Just been, you know, working on some code. I've resolved, since I have this entire week off, since I needed to burn the rest of my PTO from last year. So I resolved myself. I'm going to finish this rewrite and hopefully get a 1.0, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully get a 1.0 release out of this. So this will have expression baking, lip sync baking, etc., etc. by the end of this week, so I can finally move on to another project. Yeah, it was just a bad part. I'm honestly tempted to buy it again on PS4 and just rush through to catch up. Nice. You're also supporting support your local big Japanese developer by buying their games twice. I say that like I'm disparaging you, but I've actually done that for, I guess, Yeast 5. Or a few of the Yeast games, actually. I bought them twice. Most is I can buy it on my PC. You can call me Obi. Ober? Obi? Ob? For short. No, I don't have high ground right now. So I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. I apologize. I don't know what I'm talking about right now. Since I am, 1, programming, 2, trying to talk about what I'm programming, and 3, also just listening to a YouTube video essay. The same YouTube video essay I was listening to a few hours ago, though. I bought The World Ends With You on every platform it's on. Are you impressed with me, Father? I was able to figure out that acronym. Not mash. Logger info. Unable to find mash. There we go. I guess something else that's kind of neat that I've been working on, by the way. Also, I have not played The World Ends With You, but that's also on my list of things to play. Look at this. I've been writing tests. So if you've ever wanted to learn how to write tests in Godot, test interp, here we go. Now there's actually tests to write, and then there's actually references. How nice. It's beautiful. It's taken long enough. So if you've ever wanted to contribute or learn how to program, send help, etc., etc. I have it on DS, my phone, Switch, and the sequel on Switch, plus both the English and Japanese soundtracks. Nice. Japanese soundtracks, pretty sick. Big fan. Back, join the Discord, same name. Oberon. Much appreciated, Oberon. Thanks for joining the Discord. There is a Discord. I'm glad you found it without having me to type this into the chat. Look at that. Not really too much stuff happening on the Discord besides like random announcements for projects I happen to be working on. Which is actually quite a few things. So if you are a programmer, I suppose you might find whatever I'm working on to be pretty interesting. Because I write a lot of plugins for Godot. Because I don't actually use Godot as a game engine for whatever reason. But almost in the same way that Kenny, the prolific free asset creator, makes all of their asset generators in Unity. So, how neat. Key value track IDX, key IDX. Look at this, apparently they released it. All right, I'm gonna have to look at this on my other monitor. Oh, look at that. That's freaking me out. Oh, is this what is, I wonder if that's what what's her face? Project Melody? Is that her name? Project Melody? Is she using this software for her streams? Because I can see. Well, no, Project Melody was out before this was even released, though. Maybe Project Melody is using like regular mocap, and then she switched over to Live 2D. Oh, but where is this app? Where do you get this app? There's only an FB group. No, probably. Yeah, it looks good though. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Well, if someone wants to fund an iPhone for me, I don't really use iPhone, so it's hard for me to, you know, justify buying an iPhone just for this. More of an Android boy myself. I'm bought into the Android ecosystem, etc., etc. What is ED expression data? Oh, but there's only one expression data. And then we'll add expression datas to the thing. Expression data. Now I know the basic search engine and a few other basics. I'm no programmer. It's okay. I mean, you already know basic search engine stuff, so that's like better than most people already. You know, I think you would be surprised. You'd be surprised by how much of like programming that pretty much is, right? It's just knowing how to ask the correct questions. Right, like you don't ask like how do I make a game, right? That question is too broad. Right, you can say like which game engine is the best for beginners, and all right, you know, there's Game Maker, there's RPG Maker, you know, but then you can say, okay, so now that I've gotten a game engine, so say that you did Godot, then you'd be like, all right, how do I make, you know, you don't Google like how do I make a game in Godot? That question is too broad. The question you should be asking is like how do I make Pong, and then you'll find a good tutorial, you'll learn more, and be like, all right. Now that I made Pong, how do I make like, you know, multi-user Pong with like 4 people? You know, that's a question that you're probably not gonna find answers for, but you just need to keep drilling down, you know, keep asking questions. And then eventually you'll build up the kind of question database in your head of how to ask a good question. And then after that, you're pretty much a full-fledged programmer. Once you know how to ask the correct questions, yeah, you'd be surprised. Lots of like actual programmers don't know how to ask the correct question. Yeah, Android phone as well. Android, pretty sick. I actually know a person who uses the Pine phone as their main phone. Or I say no, it was one of my coworkers. I was like, that's crazy, dude. You use like a Pine phone as your main phone? How do you get anything done? And they're like, yeah, very carefully. Also, I'm like by my laptop at all times. All right, that makes sense. Add more. Yeah, okay, so this works. So what we're doing here is when we load in a VRM model, so this is a VRM model, like how nice it looks. VRM models using the VRM loader library that I'm using, which is here, VRM, beautiful. I've contributed to it, but they didn't take my changes for Godot 3 for whatever reason. They give me all the expressions, which are basically these, which I'm very slowly working on. I'm very angry. But they give me these in an animation player, which I can't really use for face tracking because animation players are generally just unidirectional. So it doesn't help me like at all. So what this code is doing is it runs through every single animation in the animation player, strips all the data from it, and then, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So that I could access it later, just to set the values to, I don't know, something. I kind of forgot how the majority of this program works. So we get rid of the animation player. What are you working on now? I have no clue how to do that, but I'm slow in it. But once I learn, not, I'm fine, question mark. I'm working on this. So I wrote this, by the way. So you can find this on my GitHub. Look at that. Here's a link. Wow. I think Ren has used this a few times. I don't know if he still currently uses it, but that's okay. I understand why you wouldn't want to use it. Yeah. So I'm working on a full rewrite. That's more, I guess, following test-driven development principles. So with each new thing I write, I'm trying to test it so that we kind of lock in the feature, so that the code doesn't turn into absolute spaghetti like it does every single time. Because this is the third or fourth rewrite. It's a bit tough. So let's see, do we have scan mapped bones? Did I get rid of that? Base model. Or did I just not implement that for whatever reason? Start streaming. Gonna go with a cam. So like a real face cam, or like a virtual, like a VTuber camera. Yeah. I think I'm missing some data, by the way. I don't remember why I left out some parts. Basic model. Real face cam. Very nice. I think if you can find my YouTube channel, which is under the same name, I think that actually has a real face cam. I'm not super nervous about showing. Yeah. I'm not super nervous about face cam. I just don't like showing my real face because that means I need to shave every day. I only shave when I need to go outside, like a true degenerate. Yeah. Let's see. Guess I don't need some of these. Yeah, it's pretty easy to find my face online. So I don't do VTubing because I'm scared of who might know me. I do VTubing just because I accidentally fell into it. This isn't even my model, by the way. I just use it because it's the only other one I have loaded right now. A full beard and long hair. Nice. I used to have long hair. Full beard, not so much. I guess if you guess from my name, I am of Asian descent. And therefore can really only grow a Fu Manchu. It's not the greatest look, if I'm being honest. But long hair, totally can do it. My hair used to be down to the middle of my back. That was the longest I got. Then I cut it all off, now I'm bald. Map eye expressions. So map eye expressions. What is this supposed to be? So this was not written by me, by the way. Yeah. Used to be rocking super long hair. Then got tired of it. In addition to just people like constantly asking me like, are you going bald? And I was like, no, I'm not going bald. Bald by choice or genetic? It's like half and half. Like I'm not going bald right now. I'm not going bald right now, but my older brother started balding at like roughly 24, I think. And my dad started balding at... When did my dad start balding at? Like 27? I am in between those ages, so it's bound to come at some point, right? Hold on, we can optimize this. VRM. So yeah, so basically it's by choice, but I'm just expecting to go bald at any time now. Am I balding a little bit? I don't think I am. There might be a little bit of recession, but it's at this point in time, because I'm currently like super bald. It's hard to tell. Yeah. I do enjoy being full bald though. It's pretty sick. You know, it makes like waking up in the morning a lot easier, mostly because, you know, don't have to think about like, oh, what am I going to style my hair like today? Or do I need to, how much styling cream do I need to use? Etc. Now all I need to think about is, you know, take a shower, wait for my hair to, or I guess my head, not my hair. Wait for my head to dry, and then shave it. Yeah. I don't shave before I shower, if only because it generally means that whatever like tiny bit of hair I'm shaving off in the morning tends to get stuck in the clippers. Yeah. I look good with the long hair and beard. I'll take your word for it. Take your word for it. I don't know. I think it depends on the kind of person, and also like, do you have the confidence to rock the long hair and beard? I think having long hair plus a beard definitely helps. I think long hair by itself, I think I got told, you know, I looked a lot like a samurai a lot, which is, might be good, I guess. Ooh, hold on. This isn't good. Why is this a dictionary? Oh, it's because this one. So the reason why I'm confused by this is because I didn't actually write this code. This is from a contributor, so I don't recognize it. Need to read it. I can post a selfie? Nah. I think isn't part of the appeal of interacting online is that you have no idea who anyone is. You know, as they say, you know, on the internet, no one knows that you're actually a dog. Or I suppose in my case, no one knows that you're actually... Oh, is this gonna break? I've never tried this. Oh baby, it totally works. On the internet, no one knows that you're a duck. You know? So this is look up. So I don't actually do this anymore, by the way. Ooh. So we don't use any data, and we'll just pull it from the expression data gets expression. I'm trying to skip a few steps, which might not be super super recommended, but that's okay. That's what the unit tests are for. If lookup value, so if that exists, so get expression, that's a morph data, so this is morphs, something like that. So if lookup value, wait, what do you mean if lookup value? So morphs, what is this? Wait, no. That's not right. Ooh, this is not right. So expression, get expression gives you a morph data. Morph data has a, what is this? What? Lookup value, values pop back. How does this work? Never heard of it. Newbie can video chat in the Discord. Hey. I think I believe that you're a real person. I definitely believe that you're not like a dog that has learned how to type on a keyboard and then communicate via Twitch chat. I mean, if you want to be. You know. I think my point was more like, yeah, it doesn't really matter who you are. Sorry. We're all the same. We're all just voices on the internet. No need to tag it to a specific individual. You know, you could be a bot for all I know. But as long as you're able to converse intelligently, it does not matter to me. You're all the same. What does this do, by the way? Data. Look up morphs. Look up value, values pop back. So morphs is only available on the expression data, which I've changed. Okay. Big teddy of a man. Very nice. Very nice. I am a man? Question mark? I don't know. That's not supposed to be a question mark. I am a man. Yes. Was not confused about that. Who is currently struggling to port this code that they did not write, but I guess I kind of wrote this. Like, this is the stuff I wrote, which is why it looks so bad. Yeah, I used to be pretty big, actually. Back in my day, I used to be huge. Var lookup is equal to morph data. Well, expression data, get expression. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Let me get right on that. I actually finished my tea, so I've actually just been sipping on some bourbon instead, which is probably not enabling too many neural connections right now. All right, there we go. A little bit of water, regular liquids, infusing my body. What type of tea? It was just some green tea, store-bought. If look up is not null. Yeah, I don't really drink all that much tea, although I've been trying to drink more, I guess, unsweetened tea, because it isn't like one black tea causes kidney stones, and then also having sugar in your tea also causes kidney stones. So I've just been trying to avoid doing that too often. Look up values. Pop. Why is this pop back? I don't remember how this works. Pop back. turns null if the array is empty. Oh, okay. So if val, a little black Lipton tea with honey and lemon juice. I got bad news for you, Oberon. Got bad news for you. Well, it depends also. Like, does your family have a history of kidney stones? In which case, I do have bad news for you. If not, then, you know, still have bad news for you. It's just bad news all around, really. Left eye morph. X rotation. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Get Euler. Factor 3. Yeah, because I think black Lipton tea, that's black tea. High amounts of whatever black tea has that causes like sediment accumulate in your bladder. And then honey and lemon juice. Honey, that's sugar. Lemon juice. Oh, lemon juice is actually supposed to be good for breaking down deposits in your bladder, so I guess that's okay. Equals X. No kidney stone problem in the family. Very nice. I don't think that my family has a kidney stone problem, but I'm not sure. Oh no, no one's really ever talked about it. What I have heard about kidney stones online is that they are probably the worst thing to ever happen to you. So sometimes I get nervous about it. Man, maybe I should like cut down on the amount of salt like I consume on a daily basis. But on the other hand, I do like just eating total garbage. Yeah, I'm not much of a tea guy. More of a coffee kind of person. Sorry. Yeah, I think my parents are really into tea. So like whenever they drink like the fancy tea at like Chinese restaurants and stuff, I'll drink it. I'm into it. I'm into it. But usually, if you give me a choice, coffee or tea, I'm taking the coffee, 100%. Because I don't know. I think I like the bitterness. Of coffee. Yeah. I suppose I should also mention that I don't drink tea or coffee with anything in them. I just take them straight. Does that make me a psychopath? I don't think it does. It might though. Like, look at this guy. He drinks bitter liquids and enjoys it. How unholy, what a heretic. I don't know, I feel like the older I get, the more I'm into like bitter stuff. Maybe that's just me. Get expression, this is look left. These variable names are messed up because these match 1-to-1 with how they're actually spelled in the VRM model. So look left is not null. And then these are all pretty much the same things. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. Look down. This is, or look left. I think that's okay, so let's give this some once over. Look left is not null. Values, pop back. Look left, morph. Look left eye morph. Left, right, okay. Then one more. Bitter chocolate, yeah, bitter chocolate, pretty sick. Bitter chocolate, sick. If it's too sweet, I'm like, it freaks me out. It also hurts my teeth, even though I have pretty much perfect teeth. It's weird, actually. I started having more cavities, or I had my first cavity in years when I cut... When I cut all like sugar out of my diet. Or after I stopped eating candy entirely, I started getting a lot of cavities. So, I'm not saying... I'm not saying that sugars are keeping my teeth strong, but I'm not saying it. A lot of people drink coffee. A lot of people, I drink coffee because I live in the States, so I think I drink coffee, but I've been more of a tea guy. You would fit right in the UK, for sure. And when I was working in London for like 2 weeks, I think they had a super fancy coffee machine, but everyone just drank tea instead, using the tea kettle. I was like, man, I feel really weird being the only guy using the coffee machine. Like, it was the fanciest coffee machine I've ever seen, right? Like, it didn't look like a Keurig. It looked like I don't know, it looked like maybe like an industrial... An industrial strength Keurig machine. It was really cool. But, you know... Since I was the only American there that drank coffee, so I was also the only one who ever used the machine. I was wondering, like, maybe they just got this machine just to, like, impress Americans who come to their office. Because let me tell you, I was impressed. Well, probably cavities progress after I start a cavity. That's how it works as far as I know. Well, yeah, well, what I'm saying is that, like, I didn't have any cavities for, like, ever since I had to get a tooth removed when I was a kid. Like, I was very, very good about brushing my teeth, but I still ate a lot of candy. So, you know, for a while, I was just consuming, like, tons of candy. Like a total child. But then I cut them out, and then, like, the next year, tons of cavities. There were 2 cavities. You can't see cavities, it's microscope, so you can't say you don't have cavities. Maybe, you know. What I am saying is that for 10 years, no cavities. Year after I stopped eating candy entirely, 2 cavities. So, all I'm saying is that there's a correlation between me eating candy and not having cavities. Now, whether that is, you know, that's causation, it's yet to be seen. Never been outside the lower 48 my whole life. Very nice. Have you been to the rest of the lower 48? I think I would also be surprised because I also have not been to most of the lower 48. Yeah. I've spent a lot of time in Georgia because I'm from Georgia. Spent a lot of time in Texas because I've worked in Texas for a while. And by a while, I mean like a year, but that was a while for me at the time. It was 5% of my life, roughly. Meta humanoid bone mapping. Head, and then head bone ID equals skeleton find bone. Yeah, I think I would like to be... Why is this head bone? Yeah. I don't think this actually needs to be set like this, but maybe it does. This doesn't look familiar. Broadcast head bone? Yeah, I don't think I need to do that. Yeah, since yeah. Hold on. So is head bones one of the things that's automatically set for me? Is just not? Maybe it's not. Oh, and then I guess this is where this starts to fall apart as well. Because I should not be bailing out early for some of these. So debug. Been to a few other states. California, Ohio, Illinois. Florida. Was raised in Michigan on a farm. Michigan. The left side or the right side? I've not been to any side of Michigan. That's something that's always kind of intrigued me though. There's two sides of Michigan. I'm assuming the part with Detroit is a bit more important. But I don't know. Never been to Michigan. Been to Chicago a lot as well. Alright, you know what? That water is starting to hit me. Or maybe it's the rest of the tea. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Southwest corner for me. Gonna head up in a minute. Thanks for hanging out, Oberon. Obi. Much appreciated. Let's see. I'm back, by the way. Turns out it was the tea. Drank an entire... basically a kettle, I guess. I don't have a kettle, so I just use a pot. And then just drop the tea bag straight into the pot. Call it a day. Let's see. This one needs to take its value from the config manager. Default config values. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Hold on. Same out to sleep now. Thanks for hanging out. You know, I'll still be here for a little bit since, as mentioned before, totally bragging about it, I don't have work tomorrow or for the rest of the week, so I'm just gonna be spending it working instead. How sad. Later. Thanks for hanging out, Bumsy. Much appreciated. Take it easy. Goodbye. So how do I set something from here? Did I ever consider this? So pub sub, what do you use? So model, oh, it's model config data change. So we can broadcast on this one too. There we go. So we can do broadcast this data, so broadcast headbone, and then we'll just send out the headbone using am pub sub this thing. Yeah, there we go. Oh, broadcast. Sorry. Broadcast model config. Hey, is this not what I called it? Did I not call it that? Broadcast. Oh, broadcast config data. Model config. Sorry. Broadcast model config data changed. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. But we should only need to do this if we don't have a headbone, because we should be running through. Yeah, we should be running through all of this stuff beforehand. So headbone ID will definitely be set, because how Godot 3 GD script works is that the super constructor in this case, which is base model, it's always called implicitly, and then it will call the, I guess, your current constructor, which is this one. So VRM model inherits from base model. Base model tries to find its headbone ID. So I can guarantee, at least in this case, that this will be true. Which means we can do if headbone is less than 0 and headbone ID, sorry. If headbone ID, right, because if the skeleton cannot find the bone, it will give you a -1 as the response. But otherwise, bone IDs can be from like 0 to some large unsigned integer, I think. I think they're unsigned integers anyways. I need to check again. Yeah. So we only want to try to refine it again if we don't have a headbone ID. Makes sense. This one, we need to find the rest of the values just kind of dynamically, I guess. So let's see. If VRM well, we can just do like this, right? So var left I. So wait, map bones. Does this come before map I expressions? No, it comes after. Why? Isn't that's what I'm doing here in map I expressions, isn't it? So map I expressions, I also just look for your left eye as well. Maybe I should be doing this first. Yeah, maybe I should go map bones and then map I expressions. So map bones. That makes more sense, and that means I don't need to. Yeah, like this isn't even the morph. This is actually just the left eye bone. Yeah, like this isn't even correct. Yeah, what? This doesn't seem right. Let me change this really quick. So left eye bone. Well, this is like left eye name, sure. String is equal to Skellyman get bone. Is it just called get bone name? Yeah, using the bone index. So left eye ID. What is left eye? I saw that somewhere. Left eye is the eye clamp. Okay. So I think this is actually more correct. So we'll do left eye name and then right eye name, because these are not necessarily the opposites. Then we'll get rid of this. Well, we'll do something similar in map eye bone. So this is var left eye name, perhaps. So we'll check. Heh. I don't know actually. Because get bone name returns the name of the bone at index. I guess you do need to be null safe. That's a bit tough. That's actually pretty tough. Because I can't actually guarantee that there will be a left eye. Like, it's something that you should, in theory. Oh, thank you very much, anonymous viewer, for the follow. In theory, like, because it's a VRM, they should have all of these fields, so left eye or IL, but that's not actually guaranteed, sadly enough. For some reason. I don't actually know why it's not guaranteed. Even though that's the entire point of following a standard format. Let's see, how can I make this better? So I can store the bone names. So then we'll switch back this. So we'll map eye expressions in that order, maybe. Or actually, some of these aren't even like super necessary, right? So like, or they're not actually technically tied to that. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta think about this. So left eye ID is equal to skeleton finds bone based off the left eye name. So find bone finds the bone index that matches the name, and then find bone will return -1 if it doesn't find anything, even though the hint here doesn't actually say that. Var right eye name. This part, we'll look for either one of these. Actually, this is totally wrong as well. This should be I right. Copy, paste. Give that. So this is right eye ID. Skeleton, find bone, right eye name. There we go. Then we can reuse these up here. So if any of these are false, right, this will break, which is expected. I don't know. Like this feels correct. Or actually, when does this ever break? I don't think I've noticed this breaking before, or at least I haven't received bug reports of this breaking before, so maybe that's something I don't need to worry about. I don't know. Hold on. Base model, this has setup logger. Let's just do this really quick. So private function, setup logger. This is a virtual function. We'll do logger. Oh, how does it work? Logger new. Logger new VRM model. So this is actually implicitly called in the base model. So this is just so it's almost like Java style or Python style where you have a logger per class just to know what's happening. Left I ID is less than 0, then we'll do logger. Logger error. Now left I found. Right I ID is less than 0. No, right I found. There we go. I'm not sure how I'm going to make this work for this though. Because I guess like I still need to do this part. I guess we can go the opposite way, but I'm not sure what happens in Godot if the index doesn't exist. Let's look. So in Godot, one of the nice parts about an open source engine, is that you can just check to see what something is doing. So we'll look in scene, 3D, Skellyman. Where is Skellyman? It's like get bone. It's one of these. Get bone, get bone, get bone, get bone, get bone. Eh? Wasn't there a function just called get bone? Or is that not true? Skellyman, get bone. Am I dumb? Yeah? Yeah. Oh, this is skeleton 2D. There is no get bone on skeleton 3D. Oh, so you can't go backwards then. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Huh. Wait, so relative skeletons, you cannot find the bone. You cannot find bone from an index. You can only get the bone. Or no, you cannot get... Wait. No, you can. Oh, it's get bone name. What am I talking about? All right, actually, now that we're here, we should actually check to see. That's get bone name, yes. Get bone name, where was it? So, bone size. Okay. Okay. So that's the only check. They do a check to see if like the index is greater than the current count. Okay. Var left I name. So skeleton. So how do we do this better? Because I can find the right and left eye names. I guess I can just store these at the top. I'm not a huge fan of doing that, but I guess we can. So our left eye name, some sort of string. Boom, boom. Yeah, something like that. So we'll just store all these. Why not? Since we need to use it in multiple places as well. So that is left eye name. Doesn't really feel like something I need to cache, but it's not causing a ton of problems right now either. All right, cool. Or actually, I could just do this in the same in the same thing, I suppose, as well. Like, there's no reason to split it up since this never gets called twice. Yeah. Let's think about it. So if we do these in two separate, or just the same field, right? Yeah. Boom, boom. Okay, I see. All right. Slightly cleaner, I guess. Or it's like simultaneously less clean and more clean. So this is map bones and expressions. Map bones and eyes. Map bones and eyes. Something like that. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty much it. VRM meta humanoid bone mapping has. Yeah, well, yeah, let's copy and paste all of this. Additional bones to pose names. So I know I changed this for sure. Here, so I think I changed this to just, yeah, just additional bones. Because there's no reason to like remap this multiple times. Yeah, so this is like additional bones. Append neck bone ID. Yeah, there we go. Spine bone. Okay, cool. And then we'll need to A-pose at the very ends. So I don't actually have that function implemented, so let's do that. VRM model, A-pose, yeah. Scan map bones, we'll get around to it. Custom update, we'll get around to it. A-pose. So A-pose needs to be exposed. Oh. Hey. Yeah, A-pose needs to be exposed because in the normal application, oh, I guess this isn't a VRM model, so there is no, thank you very much, Anonymous Viewer, for the follow, by the way. So there's no A-pose because A-pose only shows up for VRM models like this one. There we go. So now we can see that there's A-pose model, which resets the transform, or we can T-pose. A-pose, T-pose, A-pose, T-pose. Look at that. Implemented by yours truly. So var shoulder ID. Maybe I should like store these as well, but maybe not. You know what? I think it does make sense for me to store these. Let's store this. Left shoulder ID, that's an integer. Right shoulder, integer. Oh, but I remember why these were separate is because not every model has these. It's because not every single model has them. That's so tough. And actually, there's not really a lot of reason for me to store most of these values. So if I look at left eye ID, that's used for rotation, of course. But like neck bone ID, I think that's really only used for, yeah, setting like the additional bones to pose. Yeah, so I actually don't need to store these like that. Yeah, because like there's no guarantee that these will exist. So int if neck bone ID is greater than is equal to or greater than 0, then we'll do this. And then we'll do the same thing here, var spine bone ID. If spine bone ID is greater than or equal to 0. Although, actually, it should be greater than or equal to 1. Because 0 should be your root bone, but that's okay. Yeah, then for A pose, we'll do the same thing, basically. Okay, cool. So that's lip sync stuff. I think I'm gonna have like just an additional field that runs through every single iteration. So like the plugins. So each plugin will have a handle onto the model, right? And then the plugins will just basically do this logic that you can see here. So this won't be stored in the model file anymore. This will be an external file that's loaded in at runtime. Yeah. Let's see. We need to connect to model data config. Boom. So sorry, I'm still terrible at typing for some reason, even though I've been typing on this keyboard for forever. Ugh. I'm messing out more than I usually would. Let's see. So we're only listening for blink threshold, link eye blinks, raw eye rotation, and then I guess there's blend shape as well, but that's not really... I think blend shape is actually its own separate thing, isn't it? Yeah, blend shape is actually a completely separate pub sub value. So that's blend shape. On blend shape. There we go. So what does this take? Some sort of value. Slap these into here. Last expression. Last morph. Hey. So this is expression data. Get expression. Something like that. Last morph. Using 100% of my brain. Okay, I think that's okay. This one. This needs to be plugin, so we'll move that to a plugin. And then on blink threshold, eye blinks, and then use raw eye rotation. Let's do match key, which is the biggest change that's been made here. Blink threshold. So this is much closer to how you would normally implement a pub sub. Like eye blinks equals value, and then use raw eye rotation. Nice. Okay, cool. I think that makes sense. Is there anything else besides like, okay, scan mapped bones. I feel like I need that, but I don't remember what it's supposed to do. So scan mapped bones for bone name and additional bones deposed names. So it sets all of the bone IDs into additional bone IDs. But I think I can set that outside. Like there's no reason for me to listen for additional bones deposed. Like I think that's like a really old pattern that I don't think I need. For bone name and additional bones deposed names. If bone name to lower equals root. I guess I can do like a check here. So it's like remove, or it's like correct additional bones. And then I can just check to see if any of them are the root bone, because you should not be able to move that one. At least for VRM models. Fix additional bones for bone index in additional bones. What is it called? What is it called? Base model. Additional bones, yeah. For bone index and additional bones, if skeleton get bone name bone index is equal to root, then we'll do so bone to remove. You got to be very careful about removing something while you're still looping through it. So the obvious answer is to do additional bones erase the current index, but it's a bad pattern to use. Even though I am going to like break immediately after. So bone to remove equals bone index. Break. If bone to remove is greater than or equal to 0, then we'll do not skeleton. We'll do additional bones, erase, bone to remove. Right. Although I don't remember where scan map bones is supposed to come from. Like this is just called here, but I don't think that's correct. Maybe we can make it like that. Right, because we should be automatically setting the configuration. Yeah, we should be automatically setting the configuration. So this is like blink threshold, blink eye blinks, use raw eye rotation. This one is using let's see, metadata. This is model config. So model config, this has additional bones, maybe not. Mapped bones. So mapped bones is stored as a string. Oh, is that why? Okay, so let's change this really quick. So I do need to unit test base model as well. So let's not dilly-daddle for too much longer. So mapped bones is an array of strings, so that's a bone name. And then we'll need to, from that bone name, figure out what that maps back to in terms of like the bone index. But what I could do is do like call this additional bones, and then this will be an integer, right? Bone ID to integer. So one of the things that kind of annoys me with Godot is that you don't really have typed arrays, which makes things tough. We'll call this additional bones. This will be bone ID, which is some sort of integer. And then that should be fine. Additional bones. That'll be set automatically. Yeah, that's in the custom update, but get map bones. If additional bones has bone name, not true. Hold on. We can take this out then? I guess it should just be like get bones, right? It's like get a list of all the skeleton bones, right? So we can do like get bones, right? And then this will return an array of every single bone in the skeleton, right? So we'll do var r is equal to array, return r. Easy. Then for I in Skellyman get bone count, we can do r append skeleton get bone name, and you can guarantee that this will be correct because get skeleton count is syntactic sugar for range 0 to get bone count, non-inclusive. And then skeletons only have bones from 0 to, you know, that range. Yeah, so I guess this is get bone names, I guess. And then we'll use that to construct our UI stuff. So I think that solves my problem here. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, seems fine. Because that's what scan mapped bones kind of does. Except I guess I've skipped a step. So scan map bones, the reason why I need this is because I used to store, you know, the additional bones that you map to your model. I used to store them as strings, but I think I should just store them as integers because that's guaranteed, I think. I'm pretty sure it's deterministic, shall we say. You'll get the same value every single time, which is good. So I don't need this. I will need to have the call to fix mapped bones though. Here. Fix additional bones. VRM models should not have roots assigned as tracked. Something like that, right? Then here we can do, let's implement custom update. Oh, actually I can't. So it's some sort of data, some sort of interpolation data. I still need to rewrite. Yeah, I still need to rewrite the OpenCFace thing here, because you can see that this is actually still a Pascal case, which indicates that it's not. It has not been converted yet. It has not been properly rewritten. Well, let's write it anyway since it's not too hard. So I stopped getting distracted. So we don't have eco mode anymore. So no. Intentionally reversed the model, is the data. Alright, so if last morph was not joy. Oh, okay. That's a bit tough. That's a bit tough. I don't really have a good way of doing this because because here, I think like, yeah, that's correct. Like you don't want this to be eyes closed. And then here, I was also doing sorrow. No, you would want to blink here. So that's actually like infeasible for me to, I guess, decide this for you. Oh geez, undo me. Yeah, maybe I'll just take that out. So it'll just have to be like, I'll need to have a different option that's like expression locked or eye locked or something like that. I don't know. It's like to do add way to lock blinking for a certain expression, I guess. So if blank eye blinks, var average eye open is equal to data left eye open, data right eye open, something like that. Data left eye open, right eye open. Left eye open. Threshold for X in. Oh no. Expression data. I keep forgetting that there's certain reasons why I did certain things. Like we need access. Okay, hold on. I need access to each one of these because they're useful to have. So this expression data basically maps back to this all expressions, which is okay, I guess. Blink left. That's a morph data. Blink R, morph data. What else do I have though? I mean, that's pretty much it, right? So here, the order is very important. So I guess it's blink left and blink, yeah, blink left, blink right. And then mouth open is not controlled by this stuff, I think. Yeah. It's so tough. Who wrote this? Get expression. So what does this need? This needs the morph name. So this is going to be blink left, I suppose. Actually, how do I set that here? Yeah. Ooh. Okay, hold on. So this is set here. All expressions, and then we set the... I guess that's okay. To do this is kind of gross. But I don't have a better way of doing that because these should be what they're called. I know I'm supposed to be rewriting this, so it's supposed to be better, but, you know, sometimes sacrifices have to be made. So left eye open, so if data left eye open is greater than or equal to the blink threshold, then this should be for X in blink R. Hey. Oh, actually, no, I didn't need to do that at all. This is just expression data. Get expression. Blink R, sure. Modify. Mesh X. Next morph X dot values 1 minus interpolation data dot. So this is one of the things that's changed. Interpolation data left blink, right blink. Okay, that's what I changed it to. So left blink, interpolate, something like that. Something like that. And then that uses a damping value of 1. Who wrote this? I guess we can have like a custom damping value also applied. But I don't want to have an if statement. I can't do that. Well, rate, which is some sort of float, equal to interpolation. Something like that? I guess we can do that, yeah. That's okay. Not a huge fan. Yeah. So the fact that you can set the default value equal to, I guess, one of the member variables, that's pretty nice. Neat. So we'll do that. So that's... This is blinking, this is also blinking. So this is else for X in expression data, get expression, blink R, modify, just give me this. X mesh, X morph, X values 1. And then these are intentionally backwards, so it's mirrored, yeah. Oh, that almost got me. Right eye open. And then this is blink left, blink left. And then this should be blink right. Nice. Okay, there we go. And then here we still have a bunch of things that still need to be solved, but we'll solve them later. So to do, eyes show weird behavior. How do you spell behavior? This when blinking. I feel like I've been reading too much. My eyes are starting to fail me when parsing English text. Make sure angle. Well, between i's x values are at least parallel. Should actually be y value. But I guess I'm not actually allowing for your y value to be unlocked. Yeah. I only allow for your x value to be unlocked. Yeah. Interpolation data. So this is left gaze. Interpolate. And then what are we passing in? Just the gaze strength? So gaze strength. Something like that. Right eye rotation. Right gaze, interpolate on. Interpolates. Gaze strength. There we go. Average eye y rotation. Eye rotation, X. See, this is part of the program where there was a ton of trial and error trying to figure out what I was supposed to do. Because you can see that this is the Y rotation, but we're actually using the X rotation part here. Why is that so? I don't remember. All I know is that it looks correct when I do it that way. Average eye rotation. Average eye X rotation. Okay, so that's where I'm changing it. So left. Eye rotation Y. Okay. This to do is still very valid. Make this toggle able from the UI. Rotation Y, average IX. Okay, so left eye gaze. Almost there. We're almost there. Let's see. So let's do the left eye gaze. So if use raw eye rotation, I feel like this is something that I don't need to like clamp. I could just like eat the if statement and just roll it into the. This is what is it called? This is a micro optimization trick, but I forget what it's called. So like, instead of like having a branch statement, you just add another value to be calculated in the multiplication, whatever. Because branching is one of the things that processors don't really like. I remember reading this once and I was like, you know what? Maybe I should start incorporating that more into my code. I don't remember, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Although I'm pretty sure there is a way to make this work with the clamps. So instead of clamping, we just do, or I guess we take out this part and instead we multiply raw eye rotation, because Booleans are just zeros and ones, right? We could do it like, I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit tough. It's a bit tough. Because actually your rotation is not on a 0 to 1 scale. Maybe this is necessary. And then we'll do all this stuff as well. There we go. Mouth tracking. Oh geez, I remember this. This one was tough. This one was tough. Yeah. I gotta think about this. Alright, so I do want lip syncing to be an external file, so we'll just do this here. AM, EM. Then I also need to change this current mouth shape. I don't actually have that defined just yet, so let's throw that back in. So current mouth shape is some sort of morph data for sure. Move it down here. Oh, okay, so I need to have the A, E, I, O, U shapes also defined. So this is A shape morph data, and we'll do the same. A, E, I, O, U. I, O, U. Switch these back. So this will be U shape. I shape. Don't worry, I've already done the math on how these should be assigned, and these should technically all still be configurable from the UI. Because you can, as you can see here, this actually needs to have some, like probably like a wiki page on how to actually configure this part. It's a bit tough, right? Because these are just numbers that don't really make a lot of sense. But the mouth open max value is like the max value, right? That your mouth can open. The mouth open group 1 determines like how small, when the cutoff for like an oo or e sound will look like. So 0.25. Then the open group 2 is for the middle group, and then everything above that is considered to be group 3, which is for the ah and o sounds. Yeah, so it's a bit tough because it's mostly just a lot of guessing. Model config. Model config, and then these are all here, question mark, mouth tracking values. Yeah, there we go. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all right. Now all I need to do is unit test, and then we can move on with our lives. Git add all, git commit. So we have started, it's like basically rewrite VRM model, push. All right, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. I will be live probably tomorrow, well, almost 100% tomorrow, working on this again. Hopefully during normal-ish working hours as well, since I do want to be able to finish this up and call it done. But yeah, yeah, I'll be live at some point tomorrow. I don't remember when. Also hard to say when exactly. But if you enjoy what you see, encourage you to give the channel a follow, you know, join the Discord, find whatever I've been working on GitHub. This is the application, by the way, that I've been working on. I'm rewriting it for the millionth time. It's on GitHub. You can find it. It's on my profile. OpenCFace GD. This application is Friendly Potato Stream, which I also want to be working more on as well. Well, it needs to be rewritten for sure. What else? You know, there's a Discord which I put into chats. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I will see you later, I guess. Yeah. I guess, not enough people to raid, so sorries. All right, goodbye.